As you can see, I did clean out my inventory. Food is all in a stash. I figured out that I can just feed people from the stash. I don't even need to have it like in their actual inventory. And a lot of Sagani's traps might be getting sold. I'm going to be doing some tests with them fairly soon. Next time I do some dungeon crawling, and I'm going to see if they're actually worth keeping around, because they don't really seem like they do that much damage. It's a free hit, but I just don't know if it's worth the time of setting it up. Alright, so let's see what we have going on at the moment. We have these 3 quests to do that are part of the main quest. This is a White March DLC quest, which we're probably not going to be doing for a while. But... well, actually, is that the main... I think that's the main quest for the DLC, so we're kind of going to be doing it fairly soon. We will be doing a DLC in the middle of all this other crap, but it's still going to be a little bit. This might be the one that I heard was really hard and I shouldn't touch it for a while. This is something to just run and go do right this second. So we're going to be putting that one on the back burner. This Battle of Yenwood Field, we're going to be waiting on this for a while too. I did a little bit of research into this. Not going to be doing it right this second. We're going to be doing this probably... we might be doing that towards the end of the game, actually. There's no time limit or anything on it, so we're going to be sitting on that. That's the Twin Elms Sing, which we're not going to be doing yet. Find the Ager Arch in the woods. A deer seen the arch before on the shores of Bale Lake, which is towards Twin Elms, so we're not going to worry about that right this second. That's Caed Nua. Not going to be worrying about that right this second. Durance, we just need to keep talking to, which we're doing. And a deer wants to go to a battle at Cleoban Relag, which is probably, I'm going to guess, towards the direction of Twin Elms or somewhere around there. And a Blade of the Endless Paths is more Endless Paths stuff. So yeah, I think we're going to be moving on to the main stuff here for a little bit. Might be trying to get this act done. So let's see what we have to do. Leaden Key Acolyte showed me a vision of an agent in a place of misery and madness. That has to be in a sanitarium. Wealthy neighborhood that also housed misery and madness. That's got to be the sanitarium. That's in Brackenberry or whatever it's called.
Yes?
So, I don't have anything pressing at the stronghold right now, right? We got Eorn's just going to sit tight. Lilith is dealing with that. So yeah. Ooh.
I trust all is well. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Did I talk to you by accident? What's the state of the keep? People are starting to notice your hard work. I dare say we'll have more visitors shortly. I'm glad you decided to stay on, my lord. It's been difficult watching this place tumble into decay time and again. To see it restored is... I can imagine the great crowds, the petitioners, music perhaps in evenings. Oh, I've gotten carried away, haven't I? Here's the report. Okay, we knew all that already, but I have some questions. Okay, we got some new stuff here. I have questions about Consul Haut and the Torn Bannermen. Who is Consul Haut?
A famed archmage. I am given to understand that the Brackenberry Sanitarium puts much stock in his work, as regards the manipulation of the soul. His spells are widely circulated.
I appreciate you for reading this instead of having me read it first thing. It gives me a little bit of time to build up to reading pages and pages of text here.
But he is poorly regarded in many circles. Some call him a madman, or else cruel and barbarous. He must be very old by now. Perhaps that is why the Torn Bannermen believe they can best him.
Barbarous. I like that word. Barbarous. Do you know anything else about these mercenaries?
Little enough, I'm afraid. The Torn Bannermen are well supplied and well organized, and there are rumors that they are backed by an unknown benefactor. They have proved remarkably effective in the past, and they are certainly a threat now.
So I have a feeling I'm probably going to be dealing with both of these parties, mercenaries and the wizard. I don't have any more questions about that, but I do have some other questions. You mentioned an earl before.
The Earl of Yenwood. The original, in fact, when Deerwood was a colony. He found this site, the only ruin Ere Glanfarth refused to defend, and he believed its wealth would be great. The keep was his way of defending his family's claim, and that claim became his obsession. He had to know what lay beneath. He devoted his life to excavating the ruins below the keep. They had been sealed with rock and soil. Deliberately, it would seem. Years passed, and with them the Earl. He dug his entire life and never found what he sought. His obsession became his sons and his sons' sons. And one day, that young Earl broke through.
And he found the endless paths waiting for him. Yes, an endless maze, incomprehensible in its construction, but who had never come to learn more than that. Vile things had taken residence there, vile and dangerous. They poured up through the keep and slew its residents, the Earl among them.
After that, the keep remained abandoned, unused, wasted. Meowall's mastery of this place was the first hope I'd had in 200 years. How I've longed to see it as it once was.
I wish you'd decide, Stuart, whether you're going to read text or not read text. It seems I was mistaken, for you have been the salvation of this place, not he. I thought the curse upon this place would never fall, that I would watch the very stones wear away in the dust. In restoring the keep, my great design, you have restored my purpose. Your name, your soul, is writ upon a very stone. I know Caed Nua will not fall again. Was this your keep once?
Not as a land is its lord's. More as a child is its mother's. This castle was my design, you see. The Earl appointed me to do it. I was getting on in years. I knew it would be my only chance to build something magnificent. When it was built, I couldn't bring myself to part from it, to go back to my lonely home. I begged the Earl to let me stay, to take care of it. It was all I wanted, and he granted it. Years later, when Bereth Zusha finally came calling, I begged the Earl to find a way to let me remain, and so he did.
Are you imprisoned in that throne?
Imprisoned? At times it feels that way, I suppose. But it's more that I reside here. The throne was brought up from the ruins, one of the first things they found. As a last favor to a dying woman, the Earl arranged for me to be moved into it. Audra is an accommodating vessel for a soul. Oh, it's not as confining as it seems. I can feel the whole keep from here, and all things that are tied to it. There's something about this throne and its construction. Or maybe it's something about this place.
Or maybe it's Maybelline. I don't have any more questions. Farewell. Okay, so we're gonna go to Defiance Bay, and we're gonna do a little bit of investigating into this whole sanitarium. And I'm flying blind here. I never did this part when I played this before. This was beyond anything I did. We're actually getting to a point, I think I mentioned it before, that I'm starting to reach stuff I've not actually done. And the White March stuff, when I do that, I am probably not going to remember very much of it because I was towards the tail end of what I did, and I was, I think, kind of rushing through it a bit. Alright, Kana, you're going to get a break for a while. Hiravias, we're going to leave you alone for a little while. We're going to keep who we have. This might be my party for most of this game. I kind of like them. Alright, Craghold Bluffs is the tower where that Conquehalt, or whatever his name is at. I'm just looking to see what else is here. Burial Isle, Harsh Song, Old Song, okay, yeah. Deerford Village, we have all this area over here to check out at some point. That's probably going to take care of some of these other quests I have sitting around. For now, Brackenberry. Let's find ourselves a madman. Chapel construction completed, that's good. Hey, what's this? Solmar the Shackler, bad visitor, leaving in 8 days, 25 hours. A slaver from Raid Saris has arrived at your keep, seeking your counsel on some business matters. A slaver. Alright, he's gonna be here for 8 days, so he can sit tight for a while. He's somebody I can actually talk to. I like how to like bad visitor. Alright, so we want upgrades. What should we get now? We got the chapel. What else looks like it's going to be a decent buy in here? Chapel's going to give me more money, I believe. The Forum. Forum is where ideas and strategies are cultivated and shared. Upgrading the Forum will grant an intellect bonus upon resting in Bright Hollow. Let's do it. Alright, now. We're going to go straight to the sanitarium. We'll ask around in the sanitarium if anybody knows about a madman who is in the sanitarium. I'm sure they will be very forthcoming to tell me about it. Anybody out here that might have something to say? Nedin, you probably don't have anything that's going to help me out with this? No. Alright. Let's poke around in here. Not sure who we would really approach about this. Unless there's somebody here that's actually going to say something. Make an actual save here. Hi, do you know anything about imprisoned crazy men? Never thought I'd be taking orders from a talking statue. I probably shouldn't be asking you.
Good day, stranger.
Here you go. Does anyone here know anything about awakenings? Let's ask him about this first. There's an animancer on the lower floor who came all the way from Revua to study them. Take the stairs down and look for Bella Siege. Okay, we handled that already. You may have a member of the Leaden Key in your midst. Ethelmoer groans and the stone around him shudders. I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions been into our affairs. Of course, one can seldom be certain whether they've meddled or whether calamity has struck on its own, but a few of their less skilled infiltrators have been exposed from time to time. They are a perpetual nuisance. Once again, I am reminded of how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect they would be of some use in verifying one's identity. You are at odds with the Leaden Key as well, I take it. They're up to something, and I'm trying to determine what. They are always up to something. Of that you may rest assured. If their plots have come to involve you, you have my sympathies. Do you have some idea of who this person might be? I suspect it's a patient. Very well. In that case, I would recommend you speak first with our resident animancers. They have frequent interactions with both patients and colleagues. You'll find them up here in their offices downstairs. You will report anything suspicious to me immediately. This is my only request. Sure thing. Alright, so... anybody else around here have a name that might be able to shed some information? On this floor. Wait, are you... oh, okay, you're a Kickstarter. I thought so. For some reason, that color wasn't sticking out to me. I think my eyes are going bad in my old age. Had contacts in yesterday, went to the store. And I was wearing contacts for it because I haven't had any in a while. And my eye was like just burning after I took them out. Was not happy about it for some reason. What do you know about awakenings, Nans? Not much, I'm afraid, but the sanitarium attracts experts from all over. I'm sure someone here can help you out. I'm investigating possible leaden key activity in a sanitarium. Seen anything suspicious? Oh, I'm afraid I'm too wrapped up in my own research to pay any mind to what else is going on around here. One of the other animasters might know something, though. Okie dokie. Alright, let's head downstairs. Maybe Bella Siege has something to say. Or that guy that I talked to about that necromancer in the catacombs. Hello. Santuri, but I am busy. I seem to have misplaced my notes. Oh, way to go, Aloth. You just had to take those notes. Alright, so we ain't getting anything out of her. Modred, that's the guy. Wonder if he's gonna not be happy with me. I don't think I did anything to him, though, during that quest, did I?
Hail and well met.
Modred looks up from his scroll, yes. Helig is dead for good. That ought to make him happy. Modred lets out a long breath. Then I can rest easy. You've done a great service for Animancy, for the Sanitarium, and for me. Thank you. Glad to be of help. Farewell.
How do you do?
I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. I hear that Valian woman studies them. You should go talk to her instead. Has anything unusual been happening around here? He must be joking. This is a sanitarium. Nothing is usual down here. He pauses. Although, now that I think of it, patients seem more agitated lately. But they're Cademan Azo's responsibility, not mine. Modred nods, taking a deep breath. Then if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Alright, so I don't know if there's anybody else up here to talk to. Oh, hey, this door's open. This door was not open before. That door was locked. They must want me to go in there. There's nobody here. Let's carefully walk into this room. Hello, Ripley. Ripley, everybody. Ripley. I'm going to unlock this because there's nothing that says I can't. And free experience. Well, apparently this is not considered pickpocketing. North Ward patient record. Batixa the Pale Lady. Subject is female, mid-40s. Awakened to a past life as a serial murderer, which now frequently emerges as the soul's dominant personality. Subject vacillates between violence and severe depression resulting from guilt of past deeds. Weak candidate for patient research, or present research, rather. North Ward patient record, Graham. Subject is a male, approximately early 30s. Powers of speech absent, presumably as a result of the overfragmentation of his soul. As such, he is the ideal experiment for present research. However, experimentation has caused severe pain and induced panic, and I have had to enlist the aid of the guards in transporting him for more recent procedures. Ah, so you're hurting a dude, and you're continuing to work on him. Not nice. North Ward patient record. Idelman, the Midnight Man. That sounds like a comic book. Subject is male, mid-20s. Displays acute dissociation and paranoid delusional tendencies, causing anger and extreme violence. Dangers of working with the subject preclude possibility of further use in present research. Currently engaged in a battle with Moon Knight. North Ward patient record, Usgrim. Subject is a male approximately 17 years of age, admitted for episodes of catatonia followed by occasional violent outbursts. Initial analysis of soul revealed severe fragmentation and essence deficiency. Said deficiency all but eliminates the possibility of utilizing the patient or the subject in present research. I'll take them for the hell of it. I have a stash that I think is infinite. There's no reason not to. Question Animasters about suspicious activity. Okay, I guess I needed to take them. Saw this to your shelf. Note from Azo. Ripley, I require more copper tubing for my next experiment. Do not requisition it from the sanitarium stores. I don't have the time to deal with the head warden's inevitable questions. Caveman Azo. Okay, so this guy's doing some shady stuff behind everybody's back.
Welcome.
A young Orlan woman traces her fingers along the spines of the books in front of her, row by row, her motions quick and skittish like a bird's. She does not notice you until you are nearly upon her. Oh my, you startled me. Are you supposed to be here? Well, the door's open, so I'm gonna guess that's a yes. What do you do here? Come here often? I mostly help Master Azo set up and clean his equipment. I also keep his office organized since he's too busy to do it himself. If there's nothing else, I need to get back to work. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. Me? I'm just Master Azo's assistant, but there's a visiting scholar from Revua here named Belasi. She claims to know about them. Alright. There's nothing else here. That door's obviously locked. Let's check Belasiege again, but I think that's probably something having to do with Alof. That she's directing me to go talk to him about, because I asked about awakenings. Yeah, okay. So we probably need to go talk to the statue again. Hello, Mr. Statue.
Good day, stranger.
Have you learned anything of interest? I found records that Azo may be running some questionable experiments. Experiments? Cayman Azo is in charge of patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run any more experiments. I am disappointed in Caveman. I'm not mad at him. Just disappointed. I had hoped he would be the one to guide your inquiry. He'll be in his office or in the patient wards. I am granting you immediate access so you can find him. No doubt you will wish to speak to him further on this matter, and I for one am curious as to what he might have to say. Tread carefully in the wards. There are a few dangerous cases. I would ask also that you do your best not to agitate the patients. They have enough troubles as it is. Farewell. Alright. It's like we're getting past that locked door. Investigate the patient ward. Maybe having my beagle jaws here will calm them all down. The head warden says you can go in. Be careful in there. Okay, I'll be saving it since you said that. Thank you very much. What's up? Whoa. Better to cage animasters than their patients. This is a big, big room. And that's a big, big man. That's a flesh construct. What is there a flesh construct here? Like a flesh golem? Very old. A curved spine twists this woman's posture forward, her greasy hair draped over her large eyes like vines. She smiles at you. You must be visiting somebody. Then, noting your appearance, she adds, a friendly visit, I hope. What do you know about this Animaster, Azo? Oh, I like him very much. Many Animasters could care less about their patients. Look at us like vermin for their experiments. But Master Azo treats us like humans, even if very sick. You can tell he does this to help people. He's helped us understand a great deal about himself. I know he's done the same for others. It's too bad what they did to him. He hides it well, but I know he's still affected by it. What happened to Azo? Frail's eyes dart back and forth. Her voice lowers to just above a whisper. They don't like to talk about it, but there was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in Deerwood. That was his reputation here, and that was what he brought. And that was what brought me to seek treatment. People say it was ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash, even if it was a bit of a showman. If he was a bit of a showman. He loves his homeland. He thought he could help. He wasn't one to speak of his work. Suspected his colleagues might have tried to steal it, but he told me once that he had figured out a way to create a soul. Not a soul exactly, mind you. How did he put it? A proxy, I think he called it. Had some machine that drew energy out of the very ether. Can you imagine? The point is, it was going to help with the legacy. It was going to make Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Gods know that's what we need. Do you know what they call those empty little babies in Andra's gift? No, tell me. They call them buoys because so many of them have been found floating face down in the water. These are mad times. Anyway, Master Azo had scheduled a public demonstration of his work in Copper Lane. He was so excited. And then next day, he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard. And he stopped seeing patients. I don't know exactly what happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him, but I'm glad they're letting him treat people again. I wonder what happened. Do you know where I might find Azo? I think I've seen him around today. Have you checked the laboratory? It shares a wall with his office. He's been spending most of his time there lately. Have any of the patients here been acting unusually? Well, there's Batixa, who relives a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. Idleman, who they say only has half a soul and who was found collecting the faces of others because he believed his own to be a false one. Graham, he speaks in a language no one understands and wails at night sometimes. Different from their normal behavior, I mean. Well, yes, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Azo let us know that a number of patients in the North Ward had volunteered for a new therapy and would be escorted to his laboratory to receive treatment. North Ward has our most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get help. It seems to me it's gotten quieter over there since it started. Would I be able to visit the North Ward? They like to keep them separate. I don't know that I've ever seen the guards allow a visitor, just Master Azo. You might ask him, he's very sympathetic. Why are you in here? Behind her hair, her cheeks flush. I don't want to say you'll think less of me. When you blush, it brings out the color of your eyes. I wouldn't worry about that. These last few years haven't been kind to me. They haven't been kind to anyone, really. I try not to think of it as personal. I lost my husband and both boys in the Saints' War. My daughter, the legacy took her before she was ever mine. I made do. What else can you do? I moved into a tiny place in Andra's gift, got by mending clothes and on the kindness of strangers when I had to, but I was surviving and the gods were watching over me. I could live with that. Then one day this noble woman comes in, wants this fancy gown fixed. Gorgeous thing, the shade of blue I'd never seen before. Only I had. I looked at it and it reminded me of something. I had what they call an awakening. I remembered being a noble woman myself in another life. People dotting over me, men dotting over me. Me. The best food, the most beautiful home, all the things you never dared to dream of, they were mine. It was poison, knowing that. All those things I had that I'll never have in this life. It did something to me. My food started to taste rotten. The walls of my little room seemed to close in around me. I stopped being able to sleep in my own bed. So I came here. It was sad to break into an estate and start ordering servants around. It seemed like such a silly thing to worry about. You don't have to tell me, but I can't get past it. I start to wonder, did the gods choose this life for me? And if so, what terrible thing must I have done to deserve it? Maybe I'll get there again one day, if not in this life, then in another. Strange part is, I think even the best wouldn't be good enough for me anymore. I think it must have got to the point that I was I think it must have got to that point when I was that noble lady. Farewell. Alright. This is a big, big room. I best be getting back to my watch. Do you have anything to say, big guy? Construct turns its head towards you and watches warily. So I guess he's just a guard. That seems like that would be pretty counterintuitive towards therapy to have a giant flesh monster, Frankenstein looking dude walking around. But that's just me. Master Aso said he'd make me better soon. I've been hearing screams in the night. Take this mead. The children they keep down here, pure evil in their eyes. I wonder if that means we're going to be dealing with Wicks. They said I can't leave yet. Crooked chalk tally marks cover the surface of this table. Crooked boards show deep gouge marks. They're spaced like folk or elven fingernails. I don't like this place. Alright, nothing over here. No, there is something over here. Alright, so we got north. And we got an exit over there. So, well, we don't want to go to the north ward yet, because it sounds like something actually is going to happen that way. So we'll go this way. Oh, it's a bigger map than I thought it was going to be. Alright, let's see what's in here. Hello. The copper wires and conduits are shiny. The device is warm to the touch. Something churns and bubbles in this tank.
I've got this. It's done.
Raven Wing, unique mace, one-handed. And let's give this thing a look-see. 1826 crush damage. Wait a minute. I want to compare it to Whispers of Yenwood. So it's stronger. 3 damage resistance bypass. Sounds nice. +4 accuracy when attacking same target as an ally. +25 damage when attacking same target as an ally. Damaging 3 +45% damage. Adir, that might go to you even if that does drop your constitution slightly, because you need a new weapon. And that looks like that might be decent. Legends tell of a druid wise and powerful who traveled accompanied by a flock of ravens. In battle, the druid would assail his enemies with his mace while the ravens descended in a chaotic swarm, distracting and flanking his foes. Years of coordinated attacks and the druid's lingering magic are said to have gifted this mace with an enchantment that lends the wielder similar gifts. The mace is finely wrought and lightweight, making it maneuverable, if not very resistant against direct attacks. Against a distracted opponent, however, a single blow often proves quite sufficient. I want to see something about Adir real quick. Abilities. Weapon and shield. Okay, so I don't have to worry about him not using something he's not going to get a bonus on because he doesn't actually have anything like that. I think I'm going to try this out for a bit. I want to see one other thing, though. Constitution 18. Constitution 16. Or I kind kind of like that because it's got attack speed added, though. So many options here. Exceptional quality. All right. I think for now, I'm going to just try it out on a deer. Because I like liquid being able to attack fast, and that gives him attack speed. Actually, one other thing I want to do real quick while I'm thinking about it. Just give that corrosive lash. And should I slay spirits or should I slay wilders? I'm trying to remember if spirits take more damage from crushing attacks or not. I don't know. I won't pick anything yet. We'll leave it up in the air. Ooh, whoa. There's Asso. Okay, we're gonna wait before we talk to him. Let's check out up here first. It's another flesh construct. No speak. Lockpicks. I just used 3 of them. That's very kind of you to give me them back. Keep your distance. Wicked in that cell back there. We've had incidents when people get too close. Oh, this looks like a library. Excuse me, I'm going to shut this door. I don't like to be disturbed when I'm reading. Huh, I wonder why it's not stealing from this bookshelf, but that other bookshelf, totally stealing. Strange.
Nice and slow.
There's nothing hidden in here, is there? I always expect there to be secrets in libraries for some reason. Can I not go in this room? I guess I can't go in it. I only warn once, after that it's your skin. Well, if I kill them, is that a problem? I'm on duty, you want to be friendly, buy me an ale. Okay, I guess we can't get in there. The construct stares at you through lidless eyes. Creepy. No visitors. Yes, visitors. Arg. Hello? Nobody here? Patient. Master Azzo said he'd make me better soon. Yeah, I'll bet. Master Azzo sounds kinda shady, if you ask me. I've been hearing screams in the night. I wonder why I get the feeling that something's gonna happen and everybody in this place is gonna try to kill me. Children to keep down here, pure evil in her eyes. Like, I'm willing to bet those wicks are going to get released at some point here, which shouldn't be that big a deal unless there's some form of upgraded wick. Wicks are fairly easy to kill. Alright. Let's talk to... Wait a minute. Go back up here. Might go talk to Azo. I think I probably have to talk to him to get into this North Ward. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna go see him. He's here. He's here. But first, check this here thing we got over here going on.
It's done.
Is there anything cool in here? Oh, there is. Blade Golan. Unique light armor. Damage resistance 7. Minus 50 stun duration. Minus 50 knockdown duration. Plus 50 defense while stunned. Plus 50 defense while prone. Which is all stuff that I would want mainly on a frontliner. Basically going to see if that's got better damage resistance than anything anybody else has. Real quick. 7 plus 2, 8 plus 4. That's a no. Aloth, is that better than what you have going on? 8 and 4, 7 and 2. Yeah. Not that impressed with that. Blade Golan, Wolfheart, is said to have been blessed by the Lord of the Hunt himself. A human hunter, showing skill with a bow and arrow beyond any before seen, caught Gladwain's attention one day. Galawan proposed a bargain. If the hunter could best him in a hunting contest, Galawan would present her with armor that would bestow upon her the power of a wolf. For a week, both hunters tracked their respective quarry through the woods, and when the contest was ended, the hunter had felled the most game. True to his word, Galawain presented her with Wolfheart, which gave her the crafty and evasive nature of his namesake. Yeah, we're gonna put that away, I think, for now. A round-faced, balding man appears, turns to face you. His upper lip is pulled upward slightly by his pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls.
What is the meaning of this?
What's the meaning of your voice? You sound like you've been shrunk and you're yelling at me. Ethelmoer told me you're not supposed to be doing any more experiments. Yes, well, Ethelmoer hasn't done much good for anybody since he had his soul moved to an inanimate object, so I fail to see why I should let that sway me. If Animasters all followed the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backward and willfully ignorant as Raitseris. We would know nothing about life or death or even ourselves. We would be lost in the dark with no clue as to why. So it's one of those people that has to talk in, like, capital words every now and then to put emphasis on everything. I hate people who do that. Animasters must push the boundaries of knowledge, but you must be careful. So, even Defiance Bay isn't as safe for research as it once was. Surely there are other paths that don't involve risking lives.
Indeed. Many lives have been spent in such pursuits, writing treatises and poems. But tell me this, how does one verify the truth of a poem? If some philosopher stumbled across the meaning of our existence, how would we know it from a false one? These are wasted lives. In Animancy there is progress. We are measurably closer to complete understanding because of our work. And that will be true until our work is complete. Who will solve Widewen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an Animancer, or it will be no one at all.
I heard you were demoted. How'd that happen? As his nostrils flare and he bares his upper teeth more broadly. That's none of your concern. Did one of the others put you up to this? Audmer, that smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything I don't know. Or, wait, I don't know. Ugh. Let me start that over. Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how. I'll never know. He spits on the floor as if to remove a bitter taste from his mouth. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. I don't have time to give you directions. Go bother somebody else. Have you ever tried your experiments on any other subjects? I have, yes. No point in lying about it now that Ethelmower's involved. I asked for volunteers from our patients, and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close at one time to a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood their sacrifices would mean something. I'd like access to the North Ward. Out of the question. Those patients are in isolation for a reason. I've seen your records. I know what you're doing with them.
Those are private. You have no right.
He balls up his fists and digs his teeth into his index finger, a growl simmering beneath his breath and a deep scowl compressing his face.
Fine. Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
He pulls a heavy key from one of his pockets and nearly slams it down on the floor before handing it to you. Bye. Nerd. I could say that I could probably be considered one myself. Except I don't occasionally capitalize words for emphasis. Alright, save it. I'm sure there's going to be much fun to be had in this room. Hello? Oh boy, locked doors. Is there anything up here that's going to come down and attack me? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Door number 1. And we can't seem to go in there. Okay, can we not go in it? These doors? Wait a minute. Is this my face? Tell me. This is not my face. I don't look like this. Whose face is this? You. That's my face. Why do you have my face? Oh boy. Is this my face? Tell me. This is not my face. Is he just repeating things? Yeah, okay. Can I not communicate with whoever this is? It doesn't look like it. Thundering sky, rain of blood, innocence must drown. You're a positive person, aren't you? The flames will be fed. Watch them rise. Too much silence. Too much. Thundering sky, rain of blood, innocence must drown. Okay, you're pretty much repeating things, I think. Yeah, alright. All of these people are going to come out of these doors and attack me, aren't they? Graham. This man has a look in his eyes of a hunted animal, and at your approach he staggers backward to the far corner of his cell, halfway appearing as though he would climb the walls if you would get him further away from you. He cries out a bizarre, primal utterance like nothing you've heard. I need to ask you some questions. Graham looks at you blankly. It is unclear whether he understands you or not, but his panic has momentarily subsided. He opens his mouth to speak, but the words that come out are half-formed, as though his tongue were cut out. They are impossible for you to discern, if indeed they are words at all. The mutilations of animancy, crueler than any torture to disfigure his soul. Let us return the favor to the animancers of this shit heap. You're afraid. Do certain visitors make you afraid? He looks at you with uncertainty. Slowly, tentatively, he steps closer to the front of his cell, and as he does so, for the first time, you can perceive his soul within your ken. It is misshapen, as though made by some jagged instrument, and large expanses of it have been gouged out entirely. You feel no barriers of resistance. If you wanted to, you could look further into Graham's soul. Let's do that. You project out towards the maimed soul in front of you, merging with it, its confusion and fear becoming yours as it whisks you into its depths. You're in your cell. A key turns. The door creaks open on neglected hinges. Thoughts come to you in waves, incomplete, broken, fearful. Standing at the door is a rotund, balding man. His upper teeth and pointy nose remind you of a rat. So Azo. He beckons, apologetic. You don't want to go. Anything else. In your mind is a single word, and the word is no, but it dissolves before it reaches your lips. You press against the back wall, cornered. You cry out. In darkness, you fight against unseen restraints. You cannot move your arms or legs. The man walks into the room carrying a lit candle, its meager flame casting long shadows across books and machinery. Straps bind your arms and legs. Cold metal circumscribes the crown of your head and the breadth of your chest. The man is sorry. He is in need of raw materials. They dismantle his work and he needs another source. He needs to show them he was right. He thanks you. Then he turns the knob and you feel yourself begin to crack from within, and you can feel pieces of you torn away, like having your insides chewed by a horde of rats, and you are screaming a scream you can barely hear. Continue searching. Another night. Heavy footsteps outside your door, coming for you. You look through a slit in your door. The flesh giant, the artificial being just outside but facing left, facing the end of the hall. The boy there. The boy looks with interest at the giant, then collapses to the floor like a shed snake skin. The giant convulses for a moment, then rights itself, turns away, and leaves. Okay, so he saw a boy possess a flesh construct, is what I'm getting at it at. Graham looks at you, still wide-eyed, but somehow more present. He nods at you, then walks back to the end of his cell. Okay. Anybody in here? No. Nobody in there. Alright. Well, whoever's in here. Hello? A willowy adolescent boy stands in the center of his cell, gawkish and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead, the occasional blink his only movement, and it is unclear whether he registers your presence at all behind his glassy, doll-like eyes. In this state, the barriers between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed if you should wish it. Reach out for his soul. You close your eyes and edge forward towards the boy's soul, and as you near, a sudden malaise comes over you. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It is predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur to you to retract, and already you feel yourself plunging into some interminable abyss of thought and memory. You're standing in a cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. Excuse me. At the far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette behind a stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time, the misbegotten child of despondent creators. When a construct is close, you coil yourself up and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body as though it were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor, a puppet whose strings are cut. You are rushing towards the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself, quickly, and you feel the strength hemorrhaging from your soul as you dart towards the makeshift abomination. You pass into the golem's shell and overtake the soul and plant it within, encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in this new vessel you are strong again. You step heavy-footed down corridors unheeded by the other constructs and scrutinized only by the wary, untrusting eyes of the mad, coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers and the perverse implements of animacy. You set your oversized hands upon a large machine, a nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room, and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above you on the tiered seats of an amphitheater. You are acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still, but this is no play. Let me get a drink here real quick. A balding man with rodent-like features is strapping you to a machine, the one you had tampered with. You can see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl. But this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous. Unlike the others, this one has no soul of its own. The man speaks and the crowd applauds with an enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. Oh, this must be that thing that happened with Azo that woman was telling us about when we came in. Bear witness, he says, and he pulls the lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow, but the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as a crystal globe fills with a radiant mist that casts the entire theater aglow. He opens a valve, and the glow crawls through a tube along a length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be, for you have been leading his work astray periodically for some time, altering notes and settings and playing puppeteer for Hollowborn. But you make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with a soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark and a man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. Okay, so this guy's been sabotaging all this stuff. He looks back up at the crowd. Behold, he says, but there is obvious hesitation in his voice. Slowly, you take a plodding step forward, then another and another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hollowborn is capable, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. How do you feel? He asks at a volume meant for the crowd, and this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes towards you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe, and it shatters, streaking your head with warm blood. Get another drink. Throat's like, what's all these words? You drive your head down onto the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panic screams from the crowd, and by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host. Who could put their faith in animacy now? You are pulled again from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper past betrayals and murders and lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle at last on a room you have seen before, expansive with a tall device encasing an Aedra monolith at its center. The room is filled with people, and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back to reality, and a once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking now that it is the soul of the man who caused your awakening, and it gazes out from the borrowed husk. A watcher. Oh, so this is that same person. I believe we share a common past. I'm just looking for some answers. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems, for that moment, that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, then seems to think better of what he was about to say. His jaw tightens. I know your look. You hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul. It usurps your being, your reason for being. You're like everyone. I will help you let go. He dodges backward with startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face there is no malice, only the dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then suddenly he slumps forward. Uh-oh. Oh, that's probably not good. Yeah, I called it. Alright. I have a feeling I'm going to have an easy enough time with this. Oh, I got to kill this guy. He actually helped me. That's unfortunate. Oh, man, and they're hitting my back row, too. Not good. Alright. You move. You move. Pelagina, you go up front. Aloth, you get back. Adir. Liquid. Itamok. Try to keep him back. Alright, Sagani. I don't know how dangerous these things are. Markham. Aloth. Move up here. I want you to Noxious Burst. Right there while all these guys are running up. Durance. Armor of Faith. Because these guys are probably all going to be hitting me with melee attacks. Okay, these flesh constructs don't look too bad. Something's hitting me though. Pelagina's getting knocked around. Oh, Idle Man apparently is a mage of some kind. Alright, go after him. Alright, numbers are starting to drop. All the patience for nothing. Pelagina, you got something here you can do.
Yeah.
Okay, that was unfortunate. How did these guys all have clubs and daggers? Security here must have been terrible. But he had shivs.
Huh?
Alright.
Right.
The chain's grown with added weight. Crescent bite marks pit the edges of the cot. No idea why there's money in there, but I'll take it. This bucket reeks of awful. Quick look in these cells, make sure there's nothing there. You never know. If I'm finding gold in a bucket in that guy's prison cell, there might be gems in here or something. I hear a lot of screaming. That was not going on before. I have a feeling I'm probably going to be fighting all these flesh constructs on the way out. Yep. Well, the big crowd's dead, so I can't imagine the rest of these are going to be that bad. Oh, we got another one coming back up, getting in position. Let them come for us. Man, those things sound creepy as hell. Oh, they're vessels. I can have Durance do his Holy Radiance to him. Oh man, I wonder if like this whole place is like that. I wonder if I'm gonna have to fight that poor hunched over woman. I feel bad about that. I think you're dead. You can stop moaning now. You died like 5 minutes ago. It's over. Uh-oh, the wicked room. Wait, I was in here before. Oh, they've come out the door already. Alright, Durance, this is your thing. You're really good at killing these. Except I probably am going to wish I hadn't used that yet. Can I back up? Let the... Okay, new encounter, so I can use it again.
Yeah.
Oh, there's more of them. Oh, got company. Yeah, you are a vessel. Ooh, he gets a little bit closer. Durance, get down. Holy Radiance.
Right.
A little bit of gold. Alright, let's check out this room with the wicks. See what's up in here. They all came out. So they just had like all these animalistic children just hanging out in this room, not locked up. Besides this one door, they were all hanging out together. Crossbow. Pelagina, I'm real tempted to make you a crossbower. I don't know why, just to give you a missile weapon, I guess. Put that away for now. Do you have a secondary weapon equipped? You do. You have a fine pistol, so that's better than the crossbow. Actually, I don't think I ever really looked. What's your, you don't have anything for that, do you? Like, any kind of weapon-focused soldier. What does that do? Alright. I wonder if a pistol falls in with the arquebus and the arbalist and all those missile weapon kind of things, or if pistol falls under something else. Maddox, how you doing? We are currently going through the sanitarium, doing a little bit of the main quest. Awesome. Saw on the elliptical myself a few hours ago. I needed it. I've been very lazy lately. It's been so damn hot here. It's like 80 degrees yesterday. It felt like winter. Anybody else out here? Certain now these doors were locked before. Make sure there's nothing in here. Nothing and nothing. Okay. Yeah, I'll be dealing with Azo in a second. Yep, I knew there had to be stragglers. A little late, Durance.
Mm-hmm.
1 gold piece, really?
Right.
Alright, I think that's everybody down here. I really hope the rest of the sanitarium isn't full of enemies. Is everybody else down here still alive? I'm gonna check down here before I go after Azo. Head Warden must be told what's going on down here. Perhaps you should get off your ass and go do that yourself. Yeah, and the moment I do, I'm gonna run into something nasty. We'll see, because after I do this act, I'm probably going to do at least start the first DLC. Because from what I've read, it kind of sounds like maybe doing White March Part 1 after the second act's a good idea. If it ends up that I'm doing that and it's fairly easy, I may actually bump the difficulty up a bit. What have you done? I've not done anything. You've been experimenting on patients against their wills, mangling their souls. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Azo's face drains what little color it had. How could you possibly? Look, it had to be done. Ethelmur and the others, they took everything from me. Everything. When I was this close, I had to know. Had to know where I failed and why. You probably should have capitalized another couple words in there, buddy. I don't think you did it enough. Imagine the value if I'd succeeded. I had something that could make all those hollow infants into something like a real person. And with a few more patrons and a few more years research, who knows? No one has come that close with the legacy. It's why I have to continue. Why I have to risk everything here working in secret. It's why you have to lie to Ethelmura for me. Tell him you've cleared me of all suspicion. Why the hell would I do that? I'm going to expose you for what you are.
Then I can't let you get in my way either.
If you win, you can have all the cheese in my inventory. Hup. No cheese for you tonight. Northward Patient Graham. Subject is a male, approximately early 30s. Powers of speech absent, presumably as a result of the overfragmentation of his soul. Okay, Maddox. As such, he is the ideal subject for present research. However, experimentation has caused severe pain and induced panic, and I have had to enlist the aid of the guards in transporting him for more recent procedures. Take that for the hell of it. Azo's research journal. I'm close to a breakthrough. I have found an ample source of essence now, and the vessels have responded positively to infusion with the proxy. Human trials are the next logical course. Yeah, I think you're rushing those trials a little bit. My former... Can't really call you a friend. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. Go see the statue. I'm getting out of here. It's not safe anymore. Who the hell are you? I guess that's a guard running? Surely there's no other fights down here. I don't know. I don't see anybody here. Don't hear any screaming now. Hello? We all good up here? Oh, guards are alive, so that's a good sign. Sometimes we get people in here trying to make trouble for the Animancers. Really? What the blazes happened down there? You were given permission to ask questions. What excuse do I have? It's complicated. A patient of yours, Usgrim, was working for the Leaden Key only without knowing it. You finish your explanation, Nethemora breaks his silence. I have read accounts of people in history who could do what you describe. The accounts are few and brief and never reliable. Some go as far as to suggest they are all the same person. If truly such a person was here among us, plotting our ruin, would that I had a body again and could be of some real use in our time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I am grateful you were able to dispatch the threat before there was loss of innocent life. We very nearly had another scandal on our hands. Call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure there was a whole lot of loss of life down there. What of Azo? What part did his experiments play in his catastrophe? I confronted Azo. I was forced to kill him. He groans in disgust. Such a waste. There is none more gifted working here. In time, I had hoped to rehabilitate his image, but a mind like his, so full of ideas, leaves little room for patience. I would inquire more into the matter, but in truth you have done this institution a favor. Were his transgressions ever to reach the public, there would be a terrible uproar. I was blind to have trusted him a second time. His tone takes an ominous quality that reverberates all around you. I trust you will be more cautious in future inquiries. Dude, what the heck was I supposed to do in this situation?
Hello!
Hi! Bye. Okay, is that it for that one then? So I wonder if I'm done with this part of the quest. Because there's nothing else here to do. And you don't have anything to say on the matter, do you? No. Okay.
Hail and well met.
Do you know anything about awakenings? I'm afraid that's not my area of expertise. Well, thank you for that. I feel like I'm missing something here. Oh no, okay, I was hovering over it and it was still green. I am done with that. Okay. So we've got the Acolyte's vision showed me mysterious ruins out somewhere outside of Deerford. And we've got Undying Heritage. The Acolyte showed me a vision of an ancient tower in a derelict district of Defiance Bay. There was a strange man in the tower working on some kind of machine. I also saw a woman with a scar over her heart. I don't know where she is, but I suspect she holds the key to whatever happened there. Leaden Key was interested in that tower for some reason. Need to understand what it does if I'm to figure out their plans. Okay, that is talking about Heritage Hill and that creepy woman that was messing around with an oven. That was like basically a walking corpse that still had her wits about her somewhat. So we're gonna hit that next, I think. Gru, how's it going?
Greetings.
Beg your pardon, I have a message for you. You are summoned to Hadrid House, where Lady Webb wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. Not much you can do in these parts without Lady Webb knowing about it. At least that's what I've always heard. Guess it's true. Ah, okay. Was I right? I took a wild guess on it. And no problem, I'm glad I did get it right. It's like a game within a game sometimes, trying to make sure that, You see a name you've never seen before and try to get it right. How'd you know where to find me? Well, it's Lady Webb. She knows everything. Tell me about Lady Webb. Do you not know Lady Webb? She's, well, no one's seen her exactly in a long time, but she's the mistress of Dunwood Row. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. He pauses, eyeing passersby with suspicion. Quietly, he continues. She's supposed to be old, older than anybody, and she never leaves her room. Some say she's wasted away and is just a pile of bones kept animated by dark magics. She's still at it, best anyone could tell. Learning things, keeping us safe, pulling the strings behind the throne too, it's said. Has a ring of ciphers doing her bidding and telling her everything that goes on. You do wrong in this country, before you go asking the gods for forgiveness, best you ask Lady Webb first. What's Dunwood Row? A whole mess of ciphers run out of Hadrid House. They make it their business to keep the peace, but they don't like you to see them do it. Problems in this city have a way of going away on their own. When that happens, you can make a pretty good guess as to why. Where can I find Hadrid House? I actually think I know where Hadrid House is. It's just over there, my lord. The southwest corner of Brackenbury. You'll find a lady upstairs. Very well. And that would be down here. Oh, you again. As you near the apparition, you are overcome suddenly by a powerful anxiety that sits like a stone in your stomach. The feeling is not quite real, the recollection of an emotion rather than the emotion itself. It wrenches your insides, nevertheless. The apparition's brow is tense, a look of concern plain across his face. I'm very interested in meeting her. The other missionaries...
The other missionaries say you have been neglectful of your duties.
My mind has been elsewhere.
Oh? And what troubles you?
Pain in your stomach deepens and you feel for a moment as though you are about to be sick. Your mouth has gone dry. Forgive me, Eminence. I wish to leave the order. The man folds his fingers together and presses them to his mouth, thoughtful.
You have been an apt student, and your convictions have inspired those around you. May I ask what has changed to make you feel this way?
Yeah, stuff's getting interesting now. I've played this game a little bit before, and I made it towards the end of Act 2, but I didn't do any of this stuff I'm doing right now. So this stuff is all completely brand new to me. The people we intended to convert, they committed unspeakable acts, sacrifices, mutilations. The apparition exhales slowly and its lips pressed together, a sympathetic report in his eyes. It places his hand on your shoulder.
These are the ways of the heathen world.
Yeah, I think we got a good bit left to do. There's like a 3-part quest I'm on right now, and I just did the sanitarium part of it. I gotta go somewhere around Deerford, I believe yet, and I've got to go to Heritage Hill and do something with a tower there. These are the ways of the heathen world. Surely the gods would do better to destroy us all and start anew.
Perhaps they would. It may come to that one day. This is why we must not fail. The heathens are beyond the gods' reach. They do not know better. We are tasked with delivering them to the gods, so that the gods may heal their souls.
Is such a thing possible?
I have seen it with my own eyes. You will see it too, if you choose to remain. There is no greater calling than the one we have chosen. Neither words, nor wealth, nor battle will end this suffering. Only the gods. Will you give them that chance?
The knot in your stomach seems to loosen all at once, and the anxiety is replaced with something else entirely, something warm and soothing. and it is something you know you can never repay. As the vision fades, you start to become cognizant of the many odd looks aimed in your direction. Your last response echoes in your mind. I will... Hello, I'm here to meet Lady Webb. Curran.
Welcome.
You've nothing to say. She's probably upstairs, I'm guessing. But we'll check over here first. I think I've been through this place entirely. Yeah, I was through this floor. Okay, this door was locked, I think, before. Ah, here you are. I'm gonna stare at your wall for a minute. The notes are scribbled in cryptic shorthand. This woman clutches a thick stack of parchment with spindly, wrinkly fingers, their flesh stretched in to near translucence with extreme age. A gossamer veil over pale blue veins. Ink splotches and candle burns dot and stripe her hands like a quilted pattern after some great, indescribable truth. She does not look up from her reading.
So, the messenger conveyed my summons. A miracle that would make the reincarnation of Aothis look like a child's cantrip, surely. It doesn't draw the most inspired minds, messaging. They failed me so many times of late, I nearly sent a cipher after you instead. So this is the Watcher who took over Cad Noir. Oh, don't look so surprised. It isn't an attractive expression. I wouldn't be where I am for long if I let details like that escape me.
Thank you, Gru. I've greatly appreciated it. Hey, I kind of earned it. I pronounced your name right, so... Think she saw your little romp in the salty mass, too?
And this fiasco in the sanitarium that you seem to have gotten yourself into the middle of. What in blazes possessed you to stir that nest of trouble?
I did not start that. I'm investigating a strange group.
Strange does not begin to describe them. The practices of the Leaden Key defy all reason. You're not the only one with an interest in their recent activities. I've lost 4 ciphers this year alone trying to get someone inside their ranks. As it is, we only have our suspicions about who is in the group and what they intend, which I suppose means we have much in common with them. I asked you here because I wanted to know what your interest was in all of this. I thought perhaps we might help each other. Why are you looking for the Leaden Key?
One of our members caused my soul to awaken. I need him to reverse it. She closes her eyes and the lids flicker. Then her face goes still and her mouth parts, little more than a sliver, and her hand briefly drops open, spilling some of her parchment to the ground, the pages waffling around her legs like leaves of a dying tree. Her fleshy eyelids peel back and her gaze is immediately upon you. Stock fantasy race? You know, it just kind of popped in my head because I recently played an arcade game, Golden Axe Revenge of Death Adder, and it's a beat 'em up, and it has a playable centaur in it. And I was like, centaurs are neat. I don't know why, but I like centaurs. Maybe it's from playing, there's an old Genesis strategy game. It's like a tactical RPG called Shining Force. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's got a lot of centaur characters in it. Yeah, Shadows over Mistra and Tower of Doom, I think. I've actually played those quite a lot. I think I have them on Xbox. I actually played them a couple years back, I think. Hey Odie, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
The gods are cruel, I'm afraid. The man you seek is Theos Ix Arcanon, Grand Master of the Leaden Key. One of the most elusive and dangerous men Eora has ever known.
How do you know I seek Theos?
Because you have seen his face, and that makes it a simple matter for me to see it. You even happened to catch him in his ceremonial garb, it seems. It must have been a special occasion.
What can you tell me about Theos?
More than most, though very few would know so much as his name. And there is no way of knowing how much of what I've read is true. The Leaden Key dates back more than 2,000 years. If rumors are to be believed, Theos was the one who created it.
10 win, how's it going?
What scraps of evidence exist suggest that he has died many times, only to be reborn each time exactly the same man. Awakened during adolescence with all the knowledge and experience of all his lifetimes. The plots he orchestrates sometimes take hundreds of years to bear fruit. Needless to say, this is not the natural order of things. But he is said to be one of Woedica's favored, and that old bat was never one to let rules get in the way of favoritism. That may also explain another supposed gift of his. His body is no boundary to his soul, and he is known to take possession of others, if their souls are weak enough. Often it is for elaborate deceptions, but sometimes he simply forces them to kill themselves. He is not known for his generous supply of pity.
Well, that's rude of him.
He is also not one to show himself in any but their most critical matters. If he has directly involved himself in whatever the group plots now, it may be your only chance to find him. And once you do find him, if you can find him, I would not hold my hopes too high if I were you. He is a driven, single-minded man. He will not have the slightest concern for your problems.
How do you know so much about Theos?
The same way I come by all my knowledge. Exhaustive research, spying, bribery, perhaps some less savory measures. Whatever the knowledge demands, I pay in full. There is nothing of greater value. Unfortunately, with Theos, there is also nothing more scarce. He has covered his tracks far too well. His manipulations of the course of history are lost to time now, though I believe they were many.
What else is there to know about the Leaden Key?
Precious little, I'm afraid. You may know much of it already. No one member knows the identity of more than a handful of other members. They are kept in the dark of missions they are not involved in, or sometimes of those they are involved in. They exist to hide secrets they themselves don't know, if you can imagine how gullible someone must be for that to appeal.
It's all good, Odie. Glad you like being here. I'm not going anywhere, so time you want to pop in, go for it. Yeah, I'm really digging this. I've not really played anything Warhammer related, but excuse me, I'm actually digging this game a lot. Like, I was planning on taking a break after this before diving into the sequel, but this is going to be one of those games I have a feeling when I finish it, I'm going to want to play the sequel immediately.
Despite that, they are very good at what they do, owing much to their founder, who will take matters into his own hands when necessary. And he does not fail.
What do you want from me?
Keep me informed. The Leaden Key has been busy lately, and that is distressing news. I can only guess as to what they intend. You seem to have a knack for turning the stones they've crawled beneath. Keep turning them. Dunreed Row will not stop you. Whatever it is they're up to, figuring it out will be of great use to both of us. In your case, it will surely point you to Theos. In return, I will share our knowledge with you as we learn it, and provide you with what assistance I can.
Very well.
If you find your trail has run cold, come to me with whatever you have. There is much I may be able to do for you.
There is something I can tell you about the Leaden Key's operations.
Well, let's hear it.
I found Theos in Brackenbury Sanitarium impersonating a patient. He was trying to damage the public's opinion of animancy.
Forgive me, it is unlike Theos to leave witnesses. He must be furious. He did not aid you as you'd hoped, I take it? Well, take heart. With any luck, when he has finished his business, he will surely come and find you again, if only to kill you while you sleep. This news of yours makes sense, of course. To dabble in animancy is to puzzle over the secrets of the gods. This would not be the Leaden Key's first action against it. But if this is connected to their other activities, we may be in for something on a much larger scale. If we can learn more about their goals and methods, perhaps we can get the palace behind us. With Avar's support, we may be able to put a stop to this.
That's all. I have other questions.
Yes?
Tell me more about Dunreed Row.
All the things there are to know in this world, and you ask me about work.
Oh, I'm not done yet.
Deerwood is a rebel country. Conflict is in its blood. If you think a few guards posted in our cities keep chaos at bay, you are very new to town indeed.
Well, I'm not going to kill her if only because she's one of the few people since I've turned this game on today that hasn't tried to kill me.
We are Deerwood's cipher investigators, of course. But what we really are is its last barrier against anarchy. People are more at ease when they believe they are watched over by someone more enlightened than they are. It pacifies them. So that is the image we foster.
Plus, she's being kind enough to actually let me rest my voice here a little bit by reading all of her dialogue. I greatly appreciate that.
And we do try to be enlightened for their sake. The knowledge we gather here is Deerwood's standing army in many ways. We learn what's vital and we act on it while Deerwood sleeps, blissfully unaware of the terrifying truths all around them. I wish I could tell people the things I know sometimes, but the truth is I don't think many of them could bear it.
How'd you come to be here?
Me? I
You?
started this place, in a different time, under a different Duke. I impressed the Duke with my research and my work ethic, and he became possessed of the notion that I would be ideal to lead a secret network of gifted investigators. I don't know how such an idea got into his head.
She winks. How old are you? Seems like a rude question to ask her. She gives a half-hearted gasp and covers her mouth with her crumpled fingers. You wicked man. Where are your manners? Were you raised without a shred of decency?
I lost count ages ago. Such a strange thing to celebrate, getting closer to death. Oh, I've had my share of work done to prolong my existence, if that's what you're wondering. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not done here. There are things I still wish to learn. And I'll be the effigy if I let Bereth carry me off before I'm through.
Do you have a boyfriend? No, I'm just kidding.
There was a time when I considered enlisting the theorems of Pondgrum to extend my life indefinitely. I found the thought of devouring my political enemies to sustain my own life greatly appealing. I must have gone soft with age.
Are you psychic?
If you are hoping I can look at your hand and tell you whom you should marry, you can just wipe that notion from your mind. I do not know what will happen tomorrow. That is what I pay spies for. Being a cipher is not unlike being a watcher. You notice more about what is already there. Many can hold an object and know where it's been, or peer into the thoughts of people around them. They can also sometimes affect those thoughts, but that would be unethical, of course. A tiny, talented few pick up so much about the world around them, they can get images of things to come, but these are fleeting and unreliable.
You said you don't know what will happen tomorrow.
Who said I was talented? I don't. Least not that I can trust. And with me, it's only ever about one thing anyway.
What's that?
A quiet day at home.
Oh, hell, they're running with what I asked about if she had a boyfriend. Is there a Lord Webb?
There was.
What happened to him?
He believed in dying with dignity. He was old-fashioned that way, my husband. We saw the world very differently, he and I. But he was good to me while he lasted.
Let's talk about something else.
Yes?
Farewell.
Try your best not to die out there.
I always do. Alright, so we got two options. Taxes collected. I earned a lot of money, that's good. I have notifications down here. Curse of Cold Clay. All across the Eastern Reach, people are being buried in graveyards and returning from the dead as vampires. Examination by locals has revealed that animancers had tampered with several grave sites prior to the burial. Local lords have released bounties for the capture of whoever is responsible. Unfortunately, the rapid spread of the events leads many to believe that a group, not a single individual, is behind the experiments. Well, let's give Hiravias something else to do, because he's pretty much my go-to for this kind of thing these days, since I've yet to actually do anything with him beyond that.
Huh?
Okay, so what's this? Your desk gate. Acolyte's vision showed me mysterious ruins outside of Deerford. Okay, we knew about that. Inform Lady Webb about the Leaden Key's activities. Okay, we know about that. Alright, so we either need to go to Heritage Hill or Deerford Village. We might as well do Heritage Hill because we're here already.
Sure.
In the city. And because I like undead, maybe there's more there. Righto, let's leave here. Heritage Hill. I gotta remember I got that dude at Cadenua to see, but that's like 8 days from now, so I should be good for a while. File that one away to in my terrible memory. Alright, that tower... Actually, wait a minute. I need to see that woman first. And apparently she was not there. Where was she at? Oh, okay, she's up here, I think. Still wish there was a game done in this style that was just a pure horror game. Something in old, like, Dungeons and Dragons, Ravenloft setting even. But I'd love to play a game like this. It was just a pure horror setting. This whole Heritage Hill section made me think about that. Maybe there's one out there, I don't know. I've missed so many games over the years that I don't know what the heck I've missed at this point. Hi.
What if you come seeking this time?
I saw you in a vision. There's something you need to do for me. She laughs again. Believe me, I've heard that line before. Yes, but have you heard it from a studly voice like this? It's rude to stare, you know. Don't worry, I've no mind to start anything with you. After all, I've stayed in such good shape by choosing my meals carefully. She laughs to herself. Maybe I need to go to the tower first, because she's not got anything else to say.
Of a magnitude this part of the world likely hasn't seen since Engwithan time.
This is all stuff she's told me before. Maybe I need to go to the tower real quick. Alright. Massive stone door of the tower is sealed, and there doesn't appear to be any way of opening it. Speak the words you learned from the Leaden Key Acolyte. You hear rumbles and clanks from hidden tumblers as the door unlocks. Okay, that was easy enough. Alright. What the hell was that? I hear sounds in this place. And they're not rattling bones, so that means it's not easy stuff like skeletons. Oh, okay, ghouls. I can deal with this. Many ghouls. Skeletal wizard and... okay. Nothing unfamiliar. Deer, go after him. Or liquid, rather.
Yeah.
Not you.
Yeah.
There you go. Take your flesh if you don't mind. And your bones if you don't.
Sure.
Pretty elaborate looking setup somebody has here. Essence shimmers and pulsates within this strange device. Crumpled page from Aldhelm's journal. Day 7. A week of study and we're still none the wiser about this device. Trandig remains optimistic. I don't know what I'd do without his spirit. Trandig's letter. Dearest mother and father, you will be pleased to hear that I've learned much already since coming to the city. There are many incredible ruins nearby, and Master Greg has allowed me to accompany him on a number of expeditions. I am writing to you from inside an ancient Engwithan tower. There's an entire district built up around it, but the locals have mostly left the tower untouched. They have let us set up temporary living quarters here so our work can continue uninterrupted. It is an unsettling place at times, and Master Greg has been a constant comfort, and he is quick to remind me that the things we learn from this tower may one day help us find a cure for Walt Weidman's legacy. I better get some rest now. Mr. Greg likes to get an early start to the day. All my love, Trindig. Take this just in case. The mattress is lumpy and smells of old straw, but whoever slept here last made it neatly. Alright, let's check up here first, I guess. Skeletal fighters, wizard, and a rogue. Okay, I could deal with that. You guys go after the wizard.
Right.
Take all that and that.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Patting the scratchy old coverlet thickens the air with dust. No one has used this bed in weeks. Oh, somebody sure left their money behind. I'll be taking that. Alright, stairs going up. A ranger and a revenant. Very hands-off fight so far, I like that. Page from Aldhelm's journal. Day 2. We've completed our measurements of the machine thanks to Trindig's youthful agility. Further examination is required to discover its intended use. Take that. And Liquid, you can have that. And one of you has these stacked up. We'll figure it out later. Alright, that was an easy enough floor. Durlag's tower, this is not. Hello? Anybody up here that's not dead? Great Western Stag. Hold on to that for later. Ooh, what are you, Dargol? I can tell I'm getting stronger. I can tell I'm getting better at playing this because Itamok's not dying every single fight we have now. Couple revenants. I also mop them up. Come and get it. Fresh meat. Sigil of the Arcane. Grants Arcane Dampener once per rest. Beneficial effects suspended for 15 seconds. Okay. And +1 intellect. Put that there for a second. Letter from Icantha Aldhelm. I did indeed receive your recent summons, as well as the 2 that came before it. I've been waiting for you to present yourself on my doorstep so that I could give you my answer in person, a firm and unwavering no. I won't help you. In fact, I relish the idea of you and your team of glorified engineers sitting in that tower, sweating over the runes I've studied for years. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than knowing that my research, which you've long disparaged, is a missing piece in your mundane little puzzle. As you well know, it's knowledge I've always valued. I'm just around the corner. I encourage you to find me should you wish to rehash this conversation in person. Yours truly, Acantha. See this here ring. It's +1 intellect. Aloth, what do you have going on here? Okay, that's not going to do much because you already have that. You can't stack bonuses. Suppress affliction. You have 2 rings of unshackling? How'd I do that? Alright, well, take this, you don't have anything that's intelligence boot. Oh, yeah, you do. +2 intelligence, okay. Actually, intelligence makes carnage work better somehow. I forget how, but +5 deflection. Damage against spirits and vessels. He needs to keep that on for now. But that protects him a little bit more in melee. You can have it for now, Pelagina.
Yeah.
Take this 1 bone. Steps upstairs and another revenant. Ooh, got a party of ghouls coming this way too. Itamok, you're freaking out. Calm down. There you go. Durance, do your thing. Easy breezy. The pulling, pounding energy in a machine feels even stronger up here.
Sure.
Folded page from Aldhelm's journal. Day 10. Patrons grow impatient with lack of quantifiable results. They should drag themselves out of their mansions and spend a few nights here if they think it's so easy. Scroll of fireballs. An extra fireball, we'll take that. Page from Aldhelm's journal, day 11. Finally got out of the tower to clear our heads. Beasts take the patrons. We'll finish the study on our own terms, our own time. Just as I said as much to Trindig, the sky came to life with stray lightning. I said it's a good omen, but the poor lad's spooked. Only cure for that is a good night's sleep. Take that. Hey, Son Nif, how's it going?
Yeah.
Hope you're having a good one. Money. The Works of the Angwithans, a comprehensive guide. The scroll contains a pen and ink diagram of the Aedra device running through the tower. Despite copious measurements and carefully drawn details, it gives no indication of the machine's purpose. And more money. Alright. Set up real quick. Ooh, it looks nice up here. I like the way that looks.
Let's try this configuration. Still nothing. Confounded device.
Standing near the device feels like being blown about by a storm gale. The stone steps hum with energy. How's it going, fella? A man hunches over the strange mechanism, his spine a sharp ridge rising from his arched back. He's barely clothed in filthy rags, and the patches of skin you see are mottled green. A spoiled stench emanates from him. He's so intent on his work that he doesn't notice you until your shadow falls over him. Excuse me. When he turns and sees you, he snarls and scuttles behind the Adra pedestal. Only his bare teeth seem to have escaped decay. His eyes are yellowed and bloodshot, but they flicker with intelligence. He averts his gaze and holds a hand in front of his face.
Shouldn't be here. What do you want?
I like this guy's voice acting already. Tell me what happened here. Tell me what happened here.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He smashes a fist into the Adra pillar. His hand makes a crunching noise but doesn't bleed.
Forgive me. Forgive me. Research. We came to do research on the tower. Some commission from gods. It hardly matters now.
Given the catastrophe to follow, the commission of your research might matter a great deal. Keep talking, Autumn.
Something happened on our 11th night. Lights in the sky and a static charge in the air. But we were so careful. We were staying in the chambers below. Trindig, my assistant, said he saw a robed figure lurking around the tower. Wore a mask. Carried knives at his sides. A trick of shadows, I told him. The next morning, we felt strange. Like we hadn't eaten in weeks. So dazed that we didn't at first notice the blood around our beds. The strange wounds that had appeared overnight.
That's a very specific trick of shadows. A robed figure wearing a mask, carrying knives.
And the machine. This cursed spire. Dormant for 2,000 years. Lifeless through hundreds of our experiments. And we wake that morning to find it spinning on its own. On its own! How can we stop what we couldn't start? Years I've been doing this. Years. I know how these things work. But I don't know how this happened. Nowhere to go. That's the problem. Their souls are trapped here like flies in a jar, clinging to rotting meat.
Well, I've killed most of the people that were rotting meat at this point, so that's not a problem anymore, at least. Slow down. What does the machine have to do with souls?
No time to slow down. But I can explain. Hold a magnet over iron splinters and they stick, yes? Rub your hand over weir wool and the hair of your head will follow it. So it is with this machine.
He looks at you and runs his tongue along the edges of his fine, strong teeth. He quickly looks away.
It has the power to manipulate souls, but why? For what? And how many others lie buried in the ruins of Erglonfoth? No. Focus on this one. It's imprisoned our souls in our bodies. Cut the root between essence and flesh. Left a dwindling soul stuck in a shriveling husk.
There was a stranger in the tower the night this happened?
I didn't see him. My assistant, he saw him. We laughed. Said he was spooked by the cemetery. Perhaps it was already too late. I don't know what he did. But by morning the machine was on and we were slain. People were already on the streets, complaining of neighbors and family members acting strangely.
That's how it starts. You're not like the ghouls in the street.
Not yet. But I will be. My body is dead. My soul, imprisoned in this corpse, only makes it seem otherwise. And as the body decays, so does the mind. Until nothing is left but the hunger. The only way to forestall the process is through a regular infusion of essence. Living flesh is the only ready supply.
Well, I'm off limits, buddy. Just to, make that clear between us.
I'm not proud of any of it. Hunting men and women in the early days of the affliction. Picking off soldiers that came to investigate. But I'd do it again. I'll do it as long as I must to end this disaster.
Have you done it to any of the rich people of the district? And if so, do you have any of their gold lying around you clearly don't need anymore? Because I'll take it off your hands.
You could help. Help me end this. Help me find sustenance.
Well, before I do that, what happened to the rest of your team?
By the time I realized what had happened, the district had already been sealed. So we fed when we needed, and locked ourselves in the tower to work. And then there came a time when the hunger struck, and there was hardly anyone left.
How can I help?
Not your help I need. It's Harridan, shrew. Squanders her research on frivolities, then refuses to make herself useful. Runes. The runes are the last part of the puzzle. Acantha knows them. She gives them to you, and you can turn the machine off. Release our souls.
That sounds simple enough. She wasn't here tonight. The machine came on. Staying with her patron somewhere near. Too good to be burdened with our ignorant company. I'll get the words from Acantha.
Yes. Acantha. She was here. In the district. Probably here still. Always prepared. Clever lady, that one. And perhaps you'll bring me something. Something to keep me sharp. Then I show you a secret about the machine. Something to make you strong.
Okay. If I find some chicken somewhere, it's yours. This is an animancer in his natural state, Watcher. Never has he respected the sanctity of the god's creation. Only now he no longer has the cunning to hide it. He should be put down like a sick animal, although not without first putting his spirit to the flames test. Yeah, we might need this fella, so we're gonna leave him alone. And looks like there's nothing else going on around here. Alright. Back to the woman's house. In fast mode. Winding staircase runs through the corridor tower, providing access to all the levels. Oh, I can fast travel to the bottom. Okay. Proceed to the bottom. That's very helpful and convenient. I think there was only like one floor in between these floors though, wasn't there? 2 floors maybe? Still, I'll take it. Alright, we need to go up here. Darn it. There we go. Excuse me. Hello, ma'am. Might I trouble you for some assistance in some human flesh if you have any readily available?
You return. What have you come seeking this time?
I need the words that operate the Angwithan machine in the tower.
That fool Aldhelm. He sent you, didn't he? I can hardly believe he's had the cleverness to survive. That simpleton thinks he can understand how to use something without understanding what it is, or why it is.
You feel a hot core of pride smoldering at the center of her soul.
He dabbles with ancient and powerful devices, with all the finesse of a blacksmith. He sends you here to petition me for aid after years of disparaging my research. I'll bet he didn't even tell you the tower's name, did he? That's his problem. Always looking for solutions without caring for meaning.
Tell me the tower's name.
Ter Nuneth. It's called Ter Nuneth. They built the machine atop it to contain souls, hold them in place. But the others I've seen, machines scattered all over the Dyrwood, are relays, built to move souls.
Sounds like some kind of macabre version of the internet or something. Why would the Engwithans have wanted to tether souls like this?
Perhaps they didn't. Perhaps that's why they built no other machines like this one. We now see the Engwithans as masters of soul manipulation, but they couldn't have attained their expertise without copious trial and error. Perhaps this was one such experiment.
You seem to know a lot about Terranone. Now, Neth, I know I totally butchered that.
I read the runes like a journal. I understand their meaning. People like Aldhelm try to read them like instructions, and in so doing, they miss their true meaning completely.
Where would they move souls?
Another mystery. Hypothetically, anywhere they wished. The real question, as always, is why? To intermix them the way a player shuffles his deck, the way a farmer rotates his fields? To collect them, like butterflies under glass? To melt them down for raw essence? Unfortunately, I don't know.
How do you operate the machine atop Ter Nuneth?
Back to these Tinker's concerns. And what would you do with these tethered souls if I told you?
I'd release them because I am a friendly barbarian.
So you say. And just what would you release them to?
The air.
They'd abandon their existence here for another somewhere else, equally aimless and meaningless.
Well, they gotta go somewhere, right? I could help you, but I won't. The pride lodged in her soul flares up, twisting into the shape of something that writhes and squeals within her. Here, I have specimens aplenty and time enough to observe them all. It's every scientist's dream. My answer is no. That's kind of callous. You're dead. Why does any of this matter? Because my research will outlive me. I'll have time and opportunity enough to accomplish more than any nanomancer in the history of the field. Pride sparks and squalls. And who will know about it? The pride thing flickers as the flames around it abate. All I've learned, years of studying the Engwithan language, no one understands it better than me. That counts for something. Your opportunities here are finite. One day that knowledge will die with you. Pride hisses and sputters. It is little more than an ember now. You're wrong, but there's no conviction in her voice. I'll build it forever. I'll cling to it. That will give me something. Will that really be enough for you? Dying cinder clings to life. It will, must be. Teach me what you know. I'll make sure that it grows and your legacy lives on. Your words finally quench your pride, and all that remains is a blackened, diamond-hard rock. You cast it away where it melts into the darkness.
So be it. My studies and efforts shall grow through yours. These are the words you need.
Her cold, dry fingertips rest on your temples, and you feel her reaching into your mind, forming images from the darkness. Runes flash through your head, but they're no longer just pictures. They have meaning, and you understand them. They're commands. Something triggers in your mind, a distant memory unearthed from a past life long since buried. You can see a vast array of runes, far more than Encantha has showed you, and you know their sound and their meaning and how they fit together. The language of Engwith once more at your command.
Something has awakened in your mind. You understand far more than I ever did. Take this knowledge then, and do what you will with Ter Nuneth. Now that you understand its purpose, It will serve you in whatever way you wish.
Certainly. What do I do at the tower now that I know these words? Let's get some advice.
Turn it off, I expect. That will be easy now that you can read the runes. The vessels would still roam, but striking them down would return their essence to the cycle. But be careful. That machine controls hundreds of souls, and that volume of essence could easily overload it. Improperly channeling the essence would destroy the machine along with the souls. It would be a terrible loss for posterity.
Out of the corner of his eye, Aloth gives you a sly look. It seems your ravenous new friend has just given us the key to ending this wretchedness for good. And now that we've seen what this machine is capable of, I do hope you're not squeamish about the loss of a few hundred souls. You said the other towers around Deerwood were constructed to move souls. Why would the Ingwithans have wanted to do that? I think I read this part already, didn't I? Another mystery. Hypothetically, anywhere they wish. The real question, as always, is why. To intermix the way a player shuffles his deck, the way a farmer rotates his fields, to collect them like butterflies under glass, to melt them down for raw essence? Unfortunately, I don't know. I still don't understand why Ingwithans would want to build a machine that tethers souls. Perhaps they didn't. Perhaps they built... That's why they built no other machines. Yeah, you told me all this already. Harnessing the power of Ter Noneth is about understanding what it was designed to do. You know the words and their meanings. You can speak them and the tower shall obey. Okay. Let's go totally mess this up and cause a complete catastrophe, because that's what I'm expecting. Back to the tower. Proceed to the top. I feel like there's going to be a fight up here. Like, this whole layout is too gorgeous looking not to have some kind of a fight up here. Do overload it. It's a good idea. Okay, Tenwin, I'm trusting you on this. You haven't let me down yet. Aldhelm looks much worse than before. His rotten flesh hangs loosely. His sores have eaten away patches of skin at his joints. I was gone for like 5 minutes, man. Jeez. He looks at you with a strange glimmer in his eyes.
Flesh.
To you too, buddy. He takes a tentative, scuttling step towards you. He doubles over, coughing up strings of black bile. He seems to have forgotten about you for the moment. You got anything else to tell me? When Aldhelm looks at you this time, all traces of recognition is gone. He bares his teeth and leaps at you, his pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Alright. I'm gonna have to put you out of your misery, buddy. I'm doing you a favor. Have a good one. Let's take that, and Aldhelm's journal. Icantha insists on pursuing her own research on the tower despite my argument that pooling our knowledge is in both our interests. With her expertise in the Ingwithan language, I'm convinced that she knows more about the tower's workings than she lets on. Save it first. A jagged Aedra pillar rises in front of you, encased in stonework and run through with copper veins. The panel is covered with runes, which you can now understand. You recognize words for end and for hold. The dial is currently fixed on hold. You also recognize by an inscription that the manner in which you turn the dial is a means of throttling the device. Alright. Maximize the machine's throttle in hopes of overloading the device. Muttering a command. This is going to get loud, probably. Now? Okay. Muttering a command, you can give the dial a violent twist. The moving spires spin faster and faster, wobbling from their axes. The light filling the machine quickly becomes too bright to behold. You look away and cover your ears, but the thunderous crash that follows shakes the floor beneath you. When you look back, the machine is in ruins, never to be used again. Oh yeah, that does seem like that's a good thing. Boom. Alright, that's done. So then this whole deal is ended, right? Yeah, so we need to go talk to the lady again. Everybody, not just you, Pelagina. Everybody. Proceed to the bottom. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take 1 second, check my text, make sure I didn't get anything from my girlfriend. Nothing's going on. Okie dokie. Alright, to the lady.
Mm-hmm.
Mush, mush. Wait, did I pause it? No. What are you guys doing? Oh. Alright, out of Heritage Hill. I'll miss this place. Haunting. Easy undead to kill. The tower, it's off. Does this mean the curse on Heritage Hill is lifted? I feel like I should go with my answer. I guess I just moved a dial around on a machine in a tower. It wasn't a curse, but yes, the district is safe again. I think it'll be some time before anyone will be willing to settle in the district again, but at least we can get started on restoring it. There's a lot to clean up in there. Alright, so Brackenberry. We'll go see Lady Webb, and then we might as well start figuring out how to get to Deerford. Where I have not been yet. This stuff is all new to me.
Welcome.
Excuse me, but I've been looking for you. You're the one who lifted the curse on Heritage Hill. My lady, who wishes to remain anonymous, has entrusted me with bringing you this pistol. It belonged to a dear friend of hers who was lost to the curse. For your part in reclaiming Heritage Hill, my lady wishes you to have it. Here, may it serve you well in battle. Thank you. You are quite welcome. St. Graham's Spark. Now I must be off. Farewell. Ooh, it's shiny. Let's compare this to what Durance is using, because he typically is shooting things. He's using Forgiveness currently. Does not do as much damage, but that's also because it doesn't have damaging 1 that Forgiveness does. Plus 10 accuracy granted to an ally attacking the same target. That could be helpful. Plus 25% shock damage. 6 damage resistance bypass. Oh, Forgiveness has that too, though. But I like the whole plus 10 accuracy granted to an ally attacking the same target, because that will assist, typically, Liquid with his fast attacks and Adir a bit. Pelagina, what do you have? You just have like a regular pistol, don't you? Yeah, you do. You have a fine pistol. It's a very fine pistol. Very well made. I'm gonna give this to you for now. Even though you're not using pistols too much.
Yeah.
I need to sit down and enchant some stuff a little bit more when I get a chance. Should do that soon. Actually, you know what? Wait a minute. Because I can put corrode on things now. Well, I can't do it on that one, but... Is there anything that doesn't have a secondary damage enchantment on it? I think I already took care of it for his mace that I got him. I need to get you a better two-handed sword at some point, Pelagina. I'm going to wait on you. Yeah, I think you all already have burning on your stuff. Ah, well. Upstairs, upstairs. Back. Upstairs. Hello, I did a good thing.
How fares your search?
There is something I can tell you about the Leaden Key's operations.
Well, let's hear it.
The Ingwithan Tower in Heritage Hill contains an ancient machine that can control the flow of souls. Leaden Key activated it.
This is troubling. That civilization seems to have known more about the mechanics of souls than anyone since. The Leaden Key was born in that period. It may be that Theos has full knowledge of their technology. The applications of this machine you speak of, I don't want to think about it.
Well, there's a good thing about that, then.
That isn't enough to take to the Duke, but we're close. Avar Wolfgren is a cautious man. He will want to know everything possible before being moved to action.
That's all.
Yes?
Farewell. Alright, so let's get out of here. And let me figure out what we gotta do next with this whole Deerford thing. Out. Did I really? So what happens, like, if I don't overload that, then? There's a quest in Dunwood Row, by the way, given by an Orland on the bottom floor. Okay. Seriously, though, what does happen if I don't overload that? It happens again. You mean like it just keeps taking over the town or whatever? Yeah, it's all good. I don't mind. In all honesty, I'll tell you this. I know a big spoiler, I think, about what happens at the end of this act already. So... yeah, I actually already know some spoilers about this game, so I'm not too broken up about that kind of thing. It's cool.
Welcome.
Was it Curran, or is there somebody else on this floor 10-1? First thing.
Welcome.
It looks as though you could use some help. Ah, okay, he does have something. So many secrets and trails in his city. You have to but turn a corner to find a fresh trace of something stolen, or someone missing. He flicks an ear. Fortunately, we haven't the time to investigate them all. I am supposed to be working on other matters, but my mind still lingers on a few recent cases. Curse of a Cipher, to be ruled by the whims of curiosity. Tell me about these cases. One case or three, depending on how you look at it. He taps his clawed fingers together. 3 weeks and a disappearance at the end of each. Some might call it coincidence, I call it a clue. Lady Webb knows you, trusts you, so I shall trust you too, so long as our interests are aligned. I'll look into it. Where should I start? Sagani bounces on the balls of her feet. Just like one of those Valian whodunits. Read a few of those on the road, help pass the time. He grins, razor-tipped teeth showing between his lips. Copper Lane, Andra's Gift, and Brackenbury, of course, to talk to the ones who reported the disappearances. The only ones who know enough to care. Laura, Ollie, and Elka. Who's missing? 2 men, 1 woman. 1 woman, 1 woman. Lendry, Kendall, and Cora. Alright, tell me about Lendry. Best to ask Ollie. Seems they drank together at the Salty Mask and Andra's Gift. Also seems that no one else knew him well enough to miss him. One of his ears twitches. Tell me more about Kendall. Reported missing by Elka, a dwarf who carried traces of... He closes his eyes and sniffs the air. Fine wine, young dandies. Plenty of time and money to spend on her pleasures. Try Blackenberry. Tell me more about Cora. Sister of Laura. Cora and Laura. One of the merchants in the Copper Lane Bazaar. Not the kind of person who would just disappear, it seems. Laura was most distraught. I think a visit from someone sympathetic will raise her spirits. Well, I am a very sympathetic barbarian, so she's got that to look forward to. Did you find any leads? Not yet. No obvious connection between the victims, which is what makes me wonder so. He runs his hand along the length of one ear. Could be animancy related. Researchers always need subjects, the less scrupulous types in particular. He pauses, deep in concentration. Seems too risky for the sanitarium, but no one ever knows. Alof folds his arms. I wouldn't put it past them. He waves a hand. Talk first to the people who reported our victims missing. Mayhap you will catch something I missed. He ask you about something else. I'll let you know what I find. Farewell. Alright. I should probably do this before I go to Deerford and take care of that. Alright, let's see. He said there was something about somebody was in Brackenbury, right? Final act. Elka spends her time in Brackenbury. Brackenbury has a bar. Maybe she's there. Or she's just hanging out on the streets somewhere. More than likely she's at the bar. Oh, hey, look who I found. Now hold on a minute, you should be more careful about who you invite into your bed. Ooh, snap. Don't be sore just because I kicked you out of it. Ooh, snappier. Be thankful the little scamp didn't make off with your good silver.
Gods keep you.
Dwarven woman is dressed and perfumed like a member of the nobility, but her sun-reddened skin and sweat-stained outfit suggests she's been out here for quite some time. Afraid I don't have time just now. Hey Maddox, welcome back. I just overloaded a tower. It was fun. I'm investigating Kendall's disappearance. Her eyebrows rise. That little Orlin finally got serious about this case, eh? I'm looking into the disappearance for him. Elka snorts. What? Is that little whelp too good for a case like this? I did not absorb any souls for myself. That I know of. Well, this is a blind playthrough. Plus, I am a good barbarian. Dunwood Row is strapped for resources at the moment, so current semi. Well, I'm glad someone's on it. She rolls her eyes. Anyway, I'll tell you whatever I can. What do you need to know? Tell me about Kendall. What's to tell? He was a pretty young lad. Not the brightest of the bunch, but always pleasant company. How do you know Kendall? Elka smirks. We met up from time to time over the past few months. It was just a fling, really. It wasn't going to last. She picks at the corner of her sleeve and looks away. He was a little fool, but a sweet little fool. What was Kendall doing before he disappeared? She laughs sadly. The worst blazing rendition of the general's speech from the Widow of the Wood that I've ever heard. She shakes her head. I love that fellow, but he was a tragic failure. Guess somehow he managed to get in with an acting troupe. When or where did you last speak to Kendall? A week ago. He came back to my house for a bit of fun. Afterwards we fell asleep, and when I woke up he was gone. No note, nothing. Ah, he's one of those guys. Had you noticed anything different about Kendall lately? He'd started hanging out with a group of actors. Seemed alright, except for that woman. She scowls. That woman with her long, willowy legs and slender arms. Someone's jealous. Always came around wearing these low-cut dresses and impossible shoes. What was her name? Her expression hardens. I don't know. I never cared to learn it. She uncrossed her arms and lets them slowly fall to her sides. I didn't realize it might be important. Did you make the quest with heritage armor for the dozens? I think the only armor quest I did for the dozens was the one where that dude wanted his breastplate. That's probably not what you mean, though, is it? Because I got that... Oh, yeah, I got that guy's breastplate back. If you think of any more, you know where I'll be. Okay, so that... Apparently he's with some kind of a troop. He was with some kind of a troop. Alright, so... Copper Lane... and Andra's gift. Well, let's go to the brothel first, since we're talking about screwing around. Might as well keep the theme up. Alright, Salty Mast. Yeah, I actually think this is the last quest I have going on currently in Defiance Bay. I think after this I just have one more quest for the main quest, and then report back to Lady Webb. And once this act is done, my plan is to maybe dip into White March a little bit. Yeah, I do have all the DLC. I'm not leveling up for any specific reason. No, I'm just hitting all the quests, that's all. Oh, wait. Am I Oh! No, I didn't even notice I needed leveled up. Good looking out. Alright. I never know what the heck to take. Bloodlust, passive, plus 20% attack speed. If anybody has any suggestions for abilities here that I have not taken, by all means. Blooded, plus 25% damage while endurance below 50%. Brute force, attack fortitude instead of deflection if fortitude is lower. Threatening presence. Yeah, I'll be doing a DLC probably after this act. That was my plan. I actually looked up somewhere someone suggested on when I should do it. Well, I definitely don't want to do something that relies on me having 0 endurance. Killing an enemy to Barbarian's recovery is waived, allowing him to attack again immediately. Let's see. Attack speed for 8.4 seconds. Or sickened. Sickened characters, all attributes reduced by 1, fortitude and will are reduced by 10. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm going for Bloodlust, I think. Done. Alright, so I'm looking for... Ollie. There's a lot of people here. Ollie. Maybe you're upstairs, where all the fun happens. The heck is he at, Ollie? Ollie is close to the door. On the first floor? Must have walked right by him.
You must gather your party before...
Oh, calm down. I'm gathering. I have to check with Wide, because I was actually talking to him before, and he, like, never had anything to say to me.
Huh?
Yeah, Candyman drink in peace, never mind. That's all he's ever really said.
Right.
Oh, there's Ollie. The man's at a table by himself, but he constantly glances at the opposite bench as if waiting for someone. He reeks of alcohol and he moves with the torpor of someone who's gotten used to spending most of his time drunk. This table's taken, find another. He spreads his elbows on the wood and pulls his drink between them. I've got questions about Lendry. His face twists into a confused scowl. What's it to you? Finish Ollie's drink. I'm your new drinking buddy, and I've got questions for you. He stares at you flabbergasted. Well then, ask away. The barbarian responds. So what was it you were wanting with Lendry? Tell me about Lendry. He spends most of his time here drinking with me. Tells you enough, doesn't it? He takes a gulp of his drink and shrugs. He didn't volunteer details and I didn't ask, but he had a working man's hands and a working man's taste for drink. When and where did you last see him? Right here, getting drinks with me. He slaps a spot on a bench, just like we have every night for the last 5 years. Couldn't actually tell you much about him, and I think he preferred it that way. He frowns at the rough wood grain of the table. It's probably why we got on so well. Plenty of things we don't talk about. Anyway, I remember that night because he said things were finally turning around. He was going to find a steady job, clean up, have another crack at the respectable life. I told him in that case he could buy the drinks. He traces the rim of his cup. That's when she showed up. Who's this woman you're talking about? Sly smile stretches across his face. A real fancy lady, name's Lumdala. He taps his head. I don't remember much these days, but I remember her. Usually you have to pay a month's copper to spend time with a woman like that, but Lumdala, he shakes his head. She was falling all over Lendry that night. Left with him, too. Where'd Lendry and Lumdala go? Gruff laugh rattles his throat. She said they were going on to see some frilly performance. If you ask me, they had their own plans to perform that night. He makes an obscene gesture and grins. She just said they had to pick something up at her house in Copper Lane first, some cozy little place by the northern gate. He picks up his cup. Even a drunk like me knows what that means. Copper Lane, little place by the north gate. For what it's worth, she says she earns her coin over at that amphitheater in Copper Lane, the one where she said they were going to see their show. Maybe somebody there saw him. That's all I need to know right now. Ollie nods. Right. Let me know if you find him, yeah? Because that bastard owes me a round if he's found a good life. Okay, I actually know where these people are talking about. And I still have to level up Pelagina. And what to give you? +7 all defenses. Ally AoE. Passive. For 12 seconds. That seems like that's nothing to sneeze at. Liberating Extortion. 2 times per encounter. Hostile effects suspended for 24 seconds. That seems like that would be useful too. Zealous Charge. Sworn Enemy. Accuracy and damage bonuses against a target. Deprive the Unworthy. Temporary snuffs out all active beneficial effects on a single foe. The effects resume once Deprive the Unworthy ends. Beneficial effects suspended for 24 seconds. She's got a lot of different things that seem like they'd be useful. Reinforcing Extortion commands an ally to redouble their efforts, improving their deflection. Commands an unconscious ally to get back up. That's basically a revival of sorts. Accuracy to whoever's attacking the same target. Bonus to defense against poison, disease, as well as charm, dominated, frightened, and terrified. And +20 attack speed. 3 times per rest. Alright, that's a passive, which means I don't really have to control. I might try that. Inspiring Triumph. Done. Alright. Copper Lane's next. go to the market first. This is going to be another ridiculously hot day. 82. Thank God I can deal with 82. Alright, we're looking for Laura. Laura.
Hail and well met.
Hi, you sound friendly. I'm looking into some disappearances. I hear your sister's gone missing. Laura's voice drops to a whisper. I didn't think anyone would help me. When Cora disappeared, I tried Dunward Row, the Crucible Knights, even the dozens here. She pointed her thumb up at the large building behind her. No one had time to look for a missing girl then. She bites her lip. That was 3 weeks ago. If there's anything I can tell you that will help, just ask. Tell me about Cora. She's my younger sister, always had a head full of dreams. She was convinced there was something special waiting for her, that she'd be remembered and happy and important. Laura shakes her head. She's got plenty of heart, but not the commitment to match. Still, when she got that theater job, I thought she was going to turn around. What was Cora doing around the time she disappeared? She's just gotten into this acting troupe called the Laura's brows knit. You know this, concentrate. The Revel of Stars, that's it. Someone just leveled up. She was pretty inexperienced. Laura hesitates. I think that's why she was so excited to get a role. I'm afraid I don't know anything else about it. When and where did you last see your sister? She was at our house getting ready for a big performance. That was 3 weeks ago. Excuse me. Did you see Cora with anyone when she disappeared? She is very sociable. She's always enjoyed crowds. I'm afraid I can't narrow it down beyond that. That's all I need to know right now. Laura puts both hands over her heart. You don't know how much this means to me, just to know someone's actually looking for her. Anything else I can do for you? I'm gonna leave now. Alright, Durance. Spell Mastery. Mastering a spell allows a free use of that spell once per encounter. Oh my. Free use of that spell once per encounter. I didn't know that was a thing. Wizards' master spells do not need to be in their grimoire in order to gain their free use. Ooh. Well, what do I use for Durance at level 1 all the time? Armor of Faith. Accuracy and damage. Divine Terror, that's a no. Halt, that probably isn't something I'm going to go for. Holy Meditation. Friendly AoE plus 30, concentration plus 15 will. Prayer against fear. Restore minor endurance. Withdraw. I'm going to go Armor of Faith because I use that all the time. Ooh, and I got more spells, did I? Pillar of Holy Fire. Ooh, it's another pillar spell, except this one's fire. Champion's Boon. Friendly target plus 10 might, plus 10 perception, plus 5 damage reduction for 40. Oh man, he's got some good spells here. Prayer against imprisonment. Immunity to paralyzed and petrify. Another heal spell. Grants fallen friends a second chance, reviving unconscious allies in the area of effect, restoring a small amount of their endurance. 56 endurance, okay. Salvation of Time, plus 10 duration of beneficial effects that are active. Shields for the Faithful, plus 25 deflection friendly AoE. And Armor of Faith is my mastered spell. Right? Or is that? Yeah, first level, okay. Cool. There's some good stuff in there. Alright, so it sounds like we need to check this circus out. And we still have the house by the North Gate, Lumdala's house right there. Well, might as well check the circus out first. Whoops. Hi, do you guys have elephants? There's Lumdala. I've talked to you before.
Hail, traveler.
I really should spend this time getting into character. I was wondering if a woman named Cora was part of your group. I can't say I recognize the name. She suddenly seems focused on the length of her fingernails. That's odd. Her sister said she was part of the Revel of Stars. Maybe, but what should I know about it? My work requires great focus and attention. She flicks her fingertips in frustration. I don't have time to coach every young amateur who joins our troupe for a week. I suppose I could spare a moment for a fan. I'm looking for Kendall. Apparently he joined your group. No experience, terrible actors. Sound familiar? She narrows her silvered eyes. I'm not sure who this Kendall is or why you would malign malign our talent. But rest assured, we have a process for evoking a satisfying performance from even the most inexperienced players. Ollie said his friend Lendry was last seen with you. Lumdala lets out a big laugh. That drunken Andra's gift, men flatter themselves when it comes to the attentions of a beautiful woman. The pallid knight herself could waltz into that bar and he'd believe she was there to sit on his lap and listen to Baldy's stories. Scotty turns to you, her eyes wide with mischief. That reminds me, have you heard the one about the fisherwoman and the long-finned ice sucker? She glances around. Perhaps I should tell another time. Probably. I'm just analyzing the facts. And the facts are that one of us stinks of cheap ale and desperation while the other has a long and illustrious career. She tilts her head towards you. Consider well which one is a more credible source. I con her sort, and I to be trusted. Surely there's someone else you can ask about all this. I'm but a humble actor. You're connected to 3 recent disappearances that you claim to know nothing about. Then what else do you expect me to say on the subject? She sighs and turns her face to the sky. If you'll excuse me, I have a performance to attend to. The young man steps up next to you, his gaze fixed on the other actors, his voice low. Meet me in Lumdala's house. I know what's going on. He claps his hands and whistles at the other actors. Well done indeed. I got this. I've played a few point-and-click mystery kind of games. I know my way around this. Senor Jefe, how you doing? It's been a while. A young man appears before you, trembling and excited. You. I saw you with Lumdala by the amphitheater. Look, I don't know what your business with her is, but I want out of this mess. I just came by to grab my things. Just let me leave, alright? You ever played this before? It's actually really good. It's very, very long. I'm going to be playing this for probably quite some time, but it's worth it. What do you want from me? Gadal reaches slowly into a satchel and produces a small key. This opens the door behind you. There's a passage in there leading down to a theater. He shudders. Oh, this is going to be something weird, isn't it? It's easier if you see it for yourself. He licks his lips. Since I've helped you, I want your promise you'll leave my name out of this. Skani looks at Kadal in disgust. Follow vultures and you're sure to find carrion. All I care about is preventing another disappearance. What you did before is irrelevant. Yeah, it's got a completely different system entirely. I won't mention you. Thank you and good luck. He doesn't look you in the eye. I might mention him. I'm gonna save it in case there's something totally weird in this thing. Yeah, like it's kind of complicated at first, Hefe, like it was for me, but I've figured it out pretty well. There's still a few things I'm unclear about, but luckily I've had plenty of help. Maddox and Tenwin both have helped me out a lot with this.
Yeah.
But it's another one of those games that has a ton of content, just like Baldur's Gate did, and it's got a sequel.
Sure.
Assorted plays from all over the world fill these shelves. I'll take these clothes. Money. Okay, let's check the door first.
It's done.
Nestled between tin helms and breastplates are a handful of daggers that feel too sharp to be props. Yeah, definitely go for it, Hefe. I've been through that series probably twice. Like, been through the whole thing. I'm actually looking to maybe do another run through of it at some point with just a completely different character. I may do an evil run at some point, I'm not sure. Or I'm going to do something really weird. I think there was a thing called Big World at one point that was just like this way of putting all the Baldur's Gate mods into Baldur's Gate. And I was thinking about doing just some kind of ridiculous off-the-wall run like that, but I don't think Big World's around anymore. I think it's like dead. It might have been replaced with something else. I tried doing it once before, but it was making my laptop at the time lag a lot. I see what looks like blood on the floor. That's not a promising sign. I see money though, that makes me happy. Scarf. A simple silken scarf is crumbled on the filthy flagstones. Essence radiates from it like heat, and the closer you get to it, the more you feel a confusing mixture of joy, surprise, and pain. Pick up the scarf. You hold the scarf and focus on it, and the world around you shifts. Something about you shifts too. Smooth fabric is still in your hands, but you're in a small yet cozy house, and Laura is looking from the scarf back to you, asking if you like it. She's smiling because the answer is written on your face. This must be Cora's scarf. That was 4 years ago, but you still wear the scarf on days like today. After all, you wore it that first day you met the actress with silvered eyes, so who's to say it won't bring you luck again tonight? It's nestled around your throat, soft and warm and comforting. You're halfway through the third act, and you can feel the audience's eyes on you, hungry and attentive. You were nervous at first when that woman brought you down here. You wondered what kind of show you'd signed up for. But this has gone better than you could have hoped. You reach the end of your monologue and the scarf tightens around your neck. It chokes the final line from your throat, which is embarrassing because your debut is going so well. When you try to pull the scarf away, it only tightens further. You're confused, and you look to the audience, expecting someone to rush to your rescue. Then you see their eyes, and that hungry, attentive look, and you understand. The stage fades to black. The scarf falls from your hand and it flutters to the ground, but Korra's soul lingers, stuck between a familiar token and a question. It wants to know, and it wants to retreat. How to comfort a ghost. You had your sister's love and courage to follow your dreams. Take comfort in that as you find your way to the next life. And say it as gently as possible. Soul glows with warmth before fading back into the fabric of the scarf. The Ghost Whisperer, everybody. Lamdala emerges from the shadows, her silvered eyes glowing in the darkness. Well, well, if it isn't our friend from Dunwood Row. Oh, hey, you. How do you know Dunwood Row hired me? You aren't the only one who could put two and two together. She folds her arms and raises her chin. Besides, we actors aren't paid for our discretion, you know. I'm sure Kadal made a fine show begging you for mercy, but he positively outdid himself when I showed up. It's a shame he wasn't more committed to our craft. A cruel grin crosses her lips. He's always been easy to motivate. What do you want? She gives you an appraising look. I have a proposition. Better be a good one. I have my doubts, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to hear the details. I'm listening. I stage my performances for certain wealthy patrons. One in particular would make a valuable catch. You agree to a truce and I'll give you his name. Catches and you want me to, like, kidnap him and sell him for a ransom? Explain why this is a better deal for me. Think of it this way. I only feed a demand. I'm offering you the man whose money and connections made my performances possible in the first place. Ooh, that's tempting, though. Because I feel like I should take out the guy behind this. Decisions. This game is really good for giving you decisions to make where both sides could be a good option in a way. No deal. Lamdala shrugs, as you wish. She gestures to the actors with her. Stop them. Oh no, actors. Boy, Itamak, you're in like the perfect position right now. Alright, go after the bowman. Liquid. Run up and start hitting Lamdala and Nadir. Actually, I'll just let you guys do it. But I will. No, I won't use a firewall. I'll use a noxious burst right about there. Durance, you now have a free Armor of Faith. Use that. Sagani, mark Lamdala, because Lamdala has a name, so they're probably more dangerous. Yeah, but how well do they know how to use those knives? Like, I'm a barbarian. I've probably been cutting things with axes since I was, like, 0 years old. Oh, Alos, you're getting hit by, some arrows here. Let's hit right there. And actually, Durance, you have a new spell I want to try out while I'm sitting here thinking about it. I want to see what Pillar of Holy Fire does. So that sounds like a good time. Durance. Durance killed Lumdala. Durance killed actor. Durance killed actor. Durance killed actor. Jeez. Okay, I'm in love with that spell.
Huh?
I also really need to go and offload some of my junk at some point. Take all that. What's this? Ring of Protection. I'll take that. Somebody's probably got a Ring of Lesser Protection still. Deflection +5. Damage against spirits and vessels. Actually, you might as well equip this for now because you're not fighting any spirits and vessels at the moment, and that's an upgrade. I'll hold on to that in case you do.
Huh?
Is there anything else down here? Oh, this is a part of the catacombs. Huh. I must have cleaned this house out already. Alright, let's go see that girl's sister real quick. I don't know if I need to go and talk to every individual one of these people again, or if I just need to go back to the Orlan Curran. But Laura's right here, so I might as well check with her.
How do you do?
I have news about your sister. Cora's dead. I should probably say that a little bit more nicely, but Laura's eyes shimmer with tears. I don't know what to say. I tried to keep my hopes up, but I think part of me already knew. That doesn't make this any easier, though. She brushes a tear from one cheek. I can't help but think that if someone had looked for her sooner when I asked for help, maybe she'd be here. Okay, I'll probably do it for the heck of it. We've caught those responsible and prevented this from happening to others. That's what matters now. Yeah, you're right. She wipes her eyes. I suppose I'll have to make arrangements. Thanks for finding her. Anything I can do for you? Leave. Heritage Hill is restored. Restoration efforts are underway. I did that, everybody. Show me your wares. I'm gonna sell some junk real quick. I probably can get rid of a lot of this fine stuff I have sitting around at this point. This kind of stuff I'll save, though. So I still have party members that I'm going to be getting at some point. And I want to do all their side quests if possible. Clearly it's been a while since I've sold my stuff. Just that fine battle axe. I'm saving all these spell books on the off chance that I decide to respec Alof, because apparently if you do that, it makes him have to relearn all of his spells again. 12,000 money. I am rich right now. Did I sell anything that was good there? No, I didn't. I'm gonna hold on to the Wadika hood. I don't know if I need that still or not. And I think I'm rich enough for now. Alright. Let's go back to Andra's gift real quick. I'll use this time to get a drink. Stream's probably going to go a little bit longer than typical today, since I went to sleep very late. Excuse me. Went to sleep very late yesterday. Got up very late last night. So if I go at my normal time, I'm probably not going to sleep, so I'll probably give myself a little bit more time with this. I will have to take a break at some point, though. Let my dogs out. Let them breathe a bit. Stretch my legs. Yeah, after I wrap all this stuff up, I'll do that. Ollie looks you over as you approach. What did you find? Is Landry living the high life with his respectable job and fancy woman? Landry's dead. Well, if that don't just... His hand tightens around his cup and he looks away. I told that clod to enjoy the simple life, but he got these high-minded ideas, couldn't stop thinking about how things might be different. Look, thanks for telling me, I guess. He takes a gulp from his drink. I'm going to need a few more of these. Listen, I just sold a ton of stuff and I am, like, so rich right now. Drinks are on me. Ollie raises his cup. Mighty kind of you. Take care of yourself. I'm like so rich right now. Alright, we're gonna head to... The other one was in Brackenberry. This gate's closer. Brackenberry, accept. You were over here somewhere.
Greetings.
I was hoping I'd see you soon. Found anything yet? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Kendall is dead. Elka lets out a breath. I see. Pity, anger, and sadness flicker across her face, almost too quickly to distinguish. I knew that woman was trouble. She seems lost in thought for several seconds. That evil woman will pay for her crimes over a dozen lifetimes. Yes, Elka nods slowly. I hope she does. Finally, she turns back to you. I appreciate you coming to tell me. I think I need some time to myself right now. Alright, let's report to Curran. Curran, I solved the case. Do I get a badge?
Hail, traveler.
Like a sheriff's badge? That'd be neat. Back with news, perhaps. I found the missing people. Yes, you've been all over Defiant Space since last we spoke. His alert eyes search you. What did you find? They were all murdered. A woman named Lamdala killed them as part of her performances. He hisses. Something big, I knew it. I'll send my men after her right away. It's too late for that. She confronted me before I could get to you, and I killed her. Indeed. Curran's toothy smile widens. I can't say I'm terribly sorry. You've been a resourceful investigator, and your shrewdness has helped resolve a most troublesome case and saved many lives, I'm sure. It's because I have a small beagle walking around with me. All good detectives have dogs that walk around with them. It was worth it to put a stop to these heinous crimes. Curran grins. I appreciate your zeal. Take this as payment for your services. Thank you for your generosity. I'm going to take some payment. I'm not a paladin. Curran nods. Thank you for your help. Neither Dunrid Rowe nor I will forget this. Farewell. 3,000 copper. Nice. Alright. I am going to get up for probably about 10 minutes here. Curse of Cold Clay completed. Herodias, let's read this real quick. Herodias traveled from Hangman's Abbey to the Bay of Crowns, investigating the various reports of vampire appearances. In each case, Herodias discovered that the grave sites had elaborate glass, copper, and Adra devices buried around them. The distinctive intricity of the devices was traced to a Valian dwarf that had been shunned for his unpleasant practices in Salona and Kenzie. Excuse me. When captured, the dwarf claimed his intent was not to create vampires, but to restore life. Well, you done messed that up a bit, didn't you? Vampires were created due to the dwarves' inability to solve a fundamental problem with his machinery. The incredible frequency of the dwarves' activity was not due to co-conspirators, but rather his extensive use of drugs that kept him awake and frantic for days on end. Once confronted, the dwarf put up no fight and allowed himself to be taken into custody. When Herodias left him, he was awaiting trial in Telenir. And for that, I got a Remembrance of Lifeswarm. Effects. Friendly AoE, uses 3. Plus 20 endurance. Plus 20 endurance. So what, like I get it twice? AoE, friendly AoE. Huh. It looks like that's oddly written, or I'm reading that wrong. This curious device, created by a deranged dwarven animaster, has the ability to cast a druid spell, Garden of Life. Close. Alright, 7 days left on that. I still have a lot of time before I gotta worry about that. Alright, anyway. I'm gonna get up for about 10 to 15 minutes, probably about 10 minutes. I'm going to run my dogs out real quick. I'm going to stretch my legs, maybe grab something to snack on real quick, and then I will be back and we'll figure out this whole Deerford thing. So yeah, give me a bit. I will be back. Very rugged looking individual is Durans. Alright, let's see here. What do we have going on? Acolyte's vision has shown me mysterious ruins somewhere outside of Deerford. Leaden Key has sent operatives to find a site, though their purpose is unknown to me. Travel to Deerford Village. I don't know where these ruins are, but perhaps someone in Deerford Village does.
Huh?
It stares into your soul, and it knows all of your dirty secrets. Every last one of them.
Right fetching feathers, lass.
Repeat, please, in Adirim. And stand closer so I can grab your neck if you said what I think you did.
That was Isilmir. She likes your feathers.
Thanks, but I'm not interested, Isilmir.
Isilmir. Alright. Can I go straight to the Deerford Village? I can go straight to Deerford Village. 12 hours, 26 minutes to complete your journey. Jaws has come over to join us for a second. How you doing, Jaws? You should be tired. You went for a walk earlier today, a long one. Lilith finished escorting that supplicant, I believe. Yes, she did. Okay, so I just got this prisoner, and I got this guy that I have plenty of time to go see. So, let's see what we got. I've never been here before, so... Cowled man, cowled dwarf, cowled woman, boar companion, Medrith. These look like shady individuals that I should save the game before I get into a discussion with them. Us, we're just minding our own business. In our cowls. Talk with Medrith. We're cooling our heels until Medrith says the job's done. The boar has nothing to say. An elf idles by the road, watching the villages across the river. He nods as you approach, and a cowled figure standing near him falls silent.
Hello.
Hi. Greetings, friend. A slow smile forms as he eyes you. I've heard of you. Word has it you've been busy in Defiance Bay. He draws closer. I'm busy too, and eager to finish my business and get back to the city. What business is that? Haven't you heard? There's a murderer on the loose. Said to have gone mad with grief and strangled a dozen healthy children when her own was hollowborn. He nods at the figures with them. We've come all the way from Defiance Bay to bring her to justice. She's here? He nods across the river. She's hiding out in the village. We'd go in after her ourselves, but the problem is she knows our faces. There's no telling what she'd do if she saw us coming. We'd like to avoid any further unnecessary bloodshed. He leans closer. Her name's Nifrir. She's an Orlan. We want to get her out of town so that we can deal with her cleanly. She knows we're looking for her, but if someone were to convince her that it's safe to leave... I'm not sure I trust these individuals. They're kind of shady. I'm not so sure about this. He lays a strong hand on your shoulder. A mad woman like that is everybody's problem, friend. Just keep an eye out. If you come across her, remember what I told you. I promise I'll make it worth your while. I had a few questions for you. What is it? What did... I'm totally butchering this name and I don't know why I can't process how to pronounce it. Nifrir do exactly? She was responsible for the murder of all those babies in Defiance Bay, remember? Terrible thing, but we'll make her pay, alright?
How do you do?
I should go back to the search. And get your hand off my shoulder, please. Thank you. This is a big building. It's a cozy little village. Flames dance amidst scattered offerings. Keys, coins, and tiny skulls of birds and mice are mired in the melted and hardened wax. That's kind of strange. Talk to Bodmar. No one trusts me with anything more than lighting candles. And given that there's skulls and mice and birds mired in them, that might be something that you probably shouldn't be doing either, because that's kind of weird.
I already told you what... I'm sorry. I thought you were one of those ruffians.
Looks like someone's beating us here. I have a feeling I know what ruffians you're talking about.
How may I help you?
What happened to you?
I never saw their faces. Strange hooded men asking about those ruins. Cleoban Relag. Most of the brigands who come through here asking about the ruins are looking for a few ancient trinkets. But these people knew the name, and they were in a hurry. They wanted to know where Cleoban Relag was. I tried to keep it from them, but I couldn't hold out forever. I don't know what they were up to, but it can't be good.
Adolf looks at you, frowning. That does sound like Leaden Key, doesn't it? The old priest nods politely. Is there something else I can help you with? Can you tell me where to find the ruins?
The Glanfathan tribe that guards the ruins will kill anyone who trespasses there. And they'll retaliate against us, too, if history is any indication. We've had too many fortune seekers stir up trouble of late. If I'm to tell you, I'll need to know your reason for wanting to go.
A dangerous plot is unfolding there. I've got to stop it.
If that's the case, then we may already have trouble headed our way. I'll have to take you at your word. You'll find Cleoban Relag here. Whatever trouble you find there, please end it quietly and try to stay out of the ruins.
Tell me more about Deerford. Folk here tend to keep to themselves, as they do in most towns this deep into Deerwood. They're suspicious of travelers, but with all the brigands and refugees moving through the area, who can blame them? This is the Temple of Bareth? What can you tell me about Bareth? Bareth is the most universal of all the gods. It oversees portals and cycles of all kinds, even life and death itself. Under Bareth, an ending is merely a passage to another beginning. Bareth has many representations across time and across cultures. Around the Deerwood, you'll commonly see it depicted as the Pallid Knight or the Usher. The Glanfathans, however, know it as Bunin I Anku and Anku I Bunin. Tell me about the Pallid Knight. She's one of the youngest manifestations of Bareth, but a familiar one nonetheless. Stories describe her as a gaunt knight in black armor with black eyes, black hair, and milk-pale skin. She demands an impossible toll from travelers who have tarried too long on her lord's road. Some challenge her only to slay themselves in the process. Who is the Usher? Kith have written stories, songs, and poems about the Usher for centuries. Sometimes he's folk, sometimes dwarf, and sometimes merely a walking skeleton. He never speaks, but he guides the way to death and the next life. He also creates the circumstances for the wayward to stumble into their own graves. I've never heard of Bunin I Anku and Anku I Bunin. Those are very interesting names. It means life and death and life, respectively. Ah, okay, that makes sense. You see them as two skeletal figures, one male and one female. Explorers have found them carved opposite one another in doorways, and I know of no particular legends that speak of them. Thanks for your information. Of course, Bareth was more widely worshipped in this area, but is a silent god. He smiles sadly. These days, people find themselves in need of clearer answers. Farewell. Find someone in town who knows about the ruins and travel to Cleoban Relag. Let's pick some flowers before we go anywhere. Is there anything back here? You are more Kickstarter people. Riverweed Reed. If there's anything I have had trouble with pronouncing playing this game more than anything, is saying River Reed. A word, traveler. I only require a moment.
Good day, stranger.
The guard gives you an appraising eye. You've recently come to Deerford, I take it. I don't suppose you saw a young elven noblewoman on the road. I'm stuck in this wretched place with the rest of my unit until we find her. I haven't seen anyone like that. Same as everyone else in this blazing village, she sighs. Perhaps you could go speak with Lord Hirond at the inn anyway. He'll be grateful for the assistance. And it could be the locals who'll open up to you about his daughter's disappearance more than they have to us. We have another mystery. Oh, is that a piglet? Aww. I want to pet the piglet. Can I pet the piglet? Good pig. Oh, he's got little oinks. It's hard to hear, but he's making little oinking sounds. Go play with the pigs, Jaws. A man paces angrily in front of a wrecked animal pen, his sun-weathered face twisted with ire. He's so wrapped up in his fury he doesn't seem to notice you. Galawain's slobbering beasts, blazing bloody effigy, thrice damned salty wench, and her soggy... Man, I thought I swore a lot when I got mad. What's wrong? That monster stole my pigs, traipsed into the village, tore down my pen, and made off with the whole damned herd. Just left a few little runts, and what am I supposed to do with them? Love them? What are you talking about? An ogre moved into the area not long ago. Folk had been seeing glimpses and tracks out in the woods, but it seemed to be staying away from town, or so we all thought, until it made off with my pigs. Now everyone's afraid it's going to develop a taste for kith, if it hasn't already. What do you mean to do now? I know it's too late to get my pigs back, but I'd set my mind at ease to see that thing's head shorn from its neck. In fact, you bring its ugly pate to me, and I'll trade you for something that's of less use to a farmer like me than to a rowdy-looking sort like you, like yourself. Okay, what do you know about the ogre? Because I've killed ogres before, like a bunch at the same time, and I should be able to handle one ogre. I guess they don't have those where you're from, do they? It's the same as any other, I'm sure. A big, ugly son of a bitch with nasty temper and an appetite to match. Trigil could tell you more. He claims to have seen it in the wood. You can find him in his shop right by the broken tower. Need something else? I've been sent to find an Orlin named Nifree. Do you know where she is? Never even heard of her. Okie dokie. You be good, pigs. Who are you? You just a villager? You're a villager. Can't remember the last time we had a healthy birth in the village. Did I go in here? I didn't go in here, did I? No, I didn't go in here. Hello, is somebody in here? Villagers, steal. I don't want to do that. So this place has nothing useful. Have you been in Defiance Bay? I heard there's no Hollowborn there. That lord staying at the Dracogan has just about worn out his welcome. It's a big barrel. I'm not at a point where I need to steal vegetables from a barrel. I'm okay. I'm rich enough I can just buy farmland now. You must have seen something. We've already told you we haven't. Stop peeking in our windows. That's creepy. House Haran Guard. I don't suppose you've seen a young elven noblewoman around these parts. That lord will have bigger problems if his guards keep pushing us around. Not many new faces these days. Most are eager to leave Deerford. Haran's man already asked us about the girl. What more do they want? Winfrit's pleasant enough, but once you get him talking... At least we're not under some tyrant like those poor old sods in Gildavale. Oh, don't worry about him. I took him out a long time ago. Winfrit's Arms and Armory. That's another Kickstarter. White leaf.
Well met, friend.
A portly, smiling man stands behind a warped wooden counter, polishing a buckler. He looks up. Haven't seen you before. Always glad to see a new face in town. Company's good for business and chatter's good for the soul. That's what I always say. Anyhow, what can I do for you? What's been going on in Deerford? Oh, we're a quiet little town. Not much happens here, especially not since the Legacy hit. People realized they couldn't have babies and just stopped trying altogether. Where's the fun in that? And that takes a lot of the excitement out of the day-to-day, if you can believe it. Show me what you have for sale. I've, like, totally not been paying much attention to going back and, like, seeing if there's any decent weapons or whatever to grab. And I'm, like, rich now, so I can actually afford some things, but I do need a great sword for Pelagina. Speed slow. Crits can inflict prone. A little bit more of a crit damage multiplier. Damage. 1623. Accurate plus 3. It's very accurate. Plus 15% damage. Mosquito. A rapier. I don't really have anybody using rapiers right now. Angio's Gambison. Light armor. Grants Deleterious. Electricity of motion. Plus 50 attack speed for 30 seconds. Minus 11 endurance over 30 seconds. Nope. Boots of Zealous Command. Plus 20 Zealous Aura area of effect. Only usable by Paladin. I wonder how big that aura is in general, because I might actually... You know what? I don't think she has boots anyway. Voice of the Mountaintop. Neck. Plus 20 chant area of effect. Only usable by Chanter. So that'd be something for Kana if I was so inclined. $16.23 plus 12 accuracy. You got a fine. Hold on a second. I want to see something here. Meh, I think I'll wait for something better. Boots of Zealous Command. Let's give you this, since you don't have any boots. Is there anything over here? The woman looks briefly through you as if she doesn't know you're there. Grieving Mother. I've heard of this character. This middle-aged peasant woman is dressed in a brown leather cloth draped down to her knees. Her hands are working as separating stringy, colorless vegetables in a pile before her, stripping the heads off the long fibrous stems with a paring knife. She discards the stems one by one, placing the heads of the vegetables into a small cradle-like basket in front of her. She doesn't greet you as you approach. You're not sure she even knows you're there. I was hoping to ask you some questions. The woman doesn't respond. She keeps stripping the heads from the vegetables with a steady rhythm. She may be deaf. There's no indication she heard you. Studied woman. At first glance, she seems nothing more than a middle-aged woman, unremarkable, maybe less stern than most, who seems more focused on the weaving in her lap than her surroundings. Yet you suddenly notice she's not stripping the vegetables before her any longer. She's weaving, and the vegetable pots are now missing. She still pays you no mind, her brown locks torn and snagged from lack of washing, like many of the townfolk you've seen. There's a strange blur to her. Even the motions of her hands seem to be playing with threads that lack color and a shape that lacks interest. It may be she is half-minded or deaf, but something feels wrong. As you watch, her knitting takes on an odd cadence, and you have a terrible suspicion that something lurks beneath what your eyes are showing you. Focus on a woman. Her brown hair is long, almost impossibly to the length of her hands. As you follow the streams of her locks downward, the hairs become long and black, splitting off into threads of black and silver, wrapping around her hands. She is forming a soul cradle with the threads, braiding a net in front of you, each finger long and sharp like a series of knitting needles, almost hypnotic. The silver and black strands of her hair weave together, with silver predominating as a highlight, the black shadowing it. And suddenly you are calm. You're on a plateau, almost the height of a tower, several stories high. The plateau is like a table lying beneath a clear sky, and beneath the plateau, surrounding it in all directions, a forest, hazy with mist, although whether it is actual mist or distance or recollection. Resting in the curve of a natural arch above you is a great copper bell, half again the size of a man, hanging at attention, as if looking down at you in the event unfolding before you. The plateau is soaked in the sun, and the rock beneath you is rough and warm. The sky forms a cradle around you. You feel different, not disembodied, but you feel your body. Your physical contours have changed along with the surroundings. And you hear a soft series of chimes, like wind chimes. At the sound, the scene gains color and texture, as if the sound is beckoning you gently forth, filling your senses and thoughts, like mist rolling softly into a sealed chamber. And focus on the chimes. The chime coaxes you deeper into the memory, and you're certain it is a memory, a warm one. You're on the stone of the plateau, your knees on the warm texture of the ground, silver, white, shimmering like Aedra. The plateau is formed of it, glistening in the sun. You can feel the heat on your skin, your wrists, and your hands. Your hands are in motion. Weaving, not thread, but gathering, tenderly moving along the first movements of Barris' wheel. Your hands are wet, your hands are upon the flesh of a newborn child, and you can feel the crowning of a tiny head, turning in your grip, its head slick wet from the womb. The hands you are wearing, inhabiting, have done this many times, and they are practiced and confident. You can feel distant pains in your own head as the head emerges, a stream of fluid from the wound helping the newborn slide forth, and a woman's labored breathing crying out. Focus on the child, the movement of your hands. As your hands move, you hear the sound of chimes, clear cutting through the haze of memory. You cannot see where they are coming from, but they are close, and they are meant as a comfort. Of that you are certain. Draw the child forth. And coaxed by your hands, every movement causes the chimes to sound again. Almost eagerly, the child comes forth, and as it does, your hands are in motion, weaving, moving along the length of a soft wet rope. No, an umbilical cord from the legs of the naked woman before you. You are holding a small child, still wet from the womb before you. The child cries out. Its cry is full of life, full of soul, the ringing of chimes echoing in his thoughts, filling it with its welcome. Soul is blurred at the edges, as if you are viewing a soul from within a soul, but it is there. It is alive. The woman before you is weeping, and at her first cry, her hands reach out for it. Surrender the child. You surrender the child to her, something you have done many times before, and as your hands move, the chimes echo the movement, and you realize the chimes are hanging from cords on your wrists, and where once they echoed in a memory, they are now echoing in the child's mind as well. The chimes are intended to welcome the child, to be his first gentle greeting into the world, a soothing sound guided by the tender motions of your wrists. You are helping it weave its thoughts, its perceptions, and the experience. The woman laughs with a ragged joy, laughing from a parched throat. Her emotions seem soothed, but the physical demands of labor have left her exhausted. But the child is here, the child is safe, and all atop the plateau is peaceful, calm, distant, flattening out as the memory persists. Slowly pull back, retreat from the memory. With effort, the scene bleeds with color, and your mind becomes your own again. There is no pull, no anchor, yet the sound of the chimes remains. As they existed in a memory, they sound here as well, and they are hanging from woven braids on the wrists of the woman before you. Even as your head is spinning from the touch of her mind, the sound of the chimes on her wrists is sharp and clear, as if coaxing you back to the real world. Excuse me. Woman still sits before you, but she is nothing like what you first saw. She is wearing black, shredded garments that drape over her form like streamers. Her hair is streaks of black and run through with silver. Her age is almost impossible to tell. She simply feels old, like a crumpled watchtower. As she lifts her head to face you, you see that her hair is draped across the front of her face like a veil. When you first saw of her was a mental glamour of some sort, unconscious, and you realize what you see is not what the world sees, and you are perhaps the first to see your true self. Still, you don't sense a threat in the realization. If anything, you could feel a sense of relief from the figure. You can hear her thoughts, and she is glad to at last be seen. What'd you do to me?
I am seen, but the eyes of others do not remember. You were the first to see me as I am, the call stripped aside.
There is a light touch on your mind, a caress, and her left hand mirrors the motion of the touch, reaching up to the air between you. You hear the chime on her wrist soundly, softly. Her hand moves as if pantomiming, resting on your cheek at a distance, and she speaks softly and slowly.
Your memories. A cadence of wheels on a caravan track. Fever. Questions by running water. Violence in a night's campfire. Arrows in the dark. And fleeing. Falling rock and cracking stone. And a storm. The storm. The storm that brushed you. Did its screaming wake you from your mind's cradle? Your memory of it is painful. Its cry is difficult to ignore. It's like a child. Many children crying out.
Pardon. Excuse me. I encountered a Beowick, yes, and did something to me. Her hand withdraws shyly, the chime sounding softly once again. The woman stands uncertainly, as if she has been sitting for some time, or is too weak to bear her own weight. You notice her cheekbones are tight, her face gaunt, yet while her stance is weak, she seems determined to stand before you.
You are able to see me.
It is almost a question. You suddenly realize she doesn't seem to know what you saw when you looked at her. The image on the plateau, yet the image was so clear, so sharp, you're surprised she didn't feel you there.
To see me is a rare gift. A watcher's gift.
I was never able to do that with a living person except with you.
So many questions, thoughts, whirling like storm winds. That storm still roars through you, deep beneath your thoughts, yet muted and secret, like an underground river. I cannot tell if it is carving new channels, or eroding what keeps your true strength buried. The fact that you could hear it at all, survive it, is something few have ever done. Your power will grow stronger with each soul you touch, as it allowed you to reach out to mine.
There is a silence, and although it seems to last for but a heartbeat in your thoughts, it stretches out between the two of you like a pool between your minds. You blink, take a breath, and then you realize she wants to ask you a question yet can't form the words, as if assembling them is painful, or there simply are not enough pieces. Assembled a thought. Do you wish to travel with me? You feel a wave of fear, gusted with the strength of relief, although oddly your expression does not change. Then fear dissipates, and you feel strength and uncertainty, as if the plateau from her memory lies beneath you, and a calm sky looks down upon you. Alright, so we got Grieving Mother, who is a cipher, who I have no idea how ciphers work, but we'll check her out at some point here. Actually, dream and memory, learn of the Grieving Mother's past. Learn of the Grieving Mother's past. When I first encountered her, I experienced a dream, or was it a memory? Perhaps the Grieving Mother herself can explain what I saw. Maybe I should put her in my party for a little bit, because she might be like Durance, where I have to talk to her. Ooh, speaking of, while I'm doing talking stuff.
Huh?
What?
I had questions I wanted to ask you.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skidding your knuckles on the wrong door.
I'm trying to think what I haven't asked you about. Tell me more about Ashfall. It's as if you swallowed a gadfly nest. Keep silent and keep... Oh, okay, you don't want to talk to me. Well, whatever then. Fine, Durance.
Yeah.
Alright, if I do find an inn here, I do think I'm going to put Grieving Mother in for a little bit. Just to talk to her. I'm going to check out up here real quick and just see if there's anything before I get down into those buildings. There's a River Reed. That's the destroyed tower they were talking about. There's a bridge out. You're a Kickstart backer. You're another River Reed. So I'm not sure, but I think Grieving Mother might have been the last character I come across as playable in the main game, not the DLC. She's been missing for days. You people can't keep stonewalling us. And you can't just barge into our homes. We told you she's not here. The Rose are more dangerous than usual with that ogre about. Why does some highborn think we'd take his daughter? We've got enough trouble as it is. Oops. Alright, what haven't I checked out here? There's the tower. We were at the armory. I've checked out those 3 buildings. Did I? I don't think I went into this one. No, I didn't, because I did not talk to this person. Potions for sale. Potions and ow. Oh.
Good day to you.
A young woman leans against a wagon. One arm and one side of her face are covered in bandages with raw, rippled flesh showing underneath. A minty, tangy scent waves from her dressing. She smiles painfully. Just ventured into town. I'm about dry on some of my stocks, but you're welcome to have a look-see. How'd you get burned? She turns her face to the ground. By the flame, how bad does it look? Just say it. I know you'll tell me straight. Looks like it hurts. She laughs ruefully. That's a mighty soft way of putting it. I've been keeping an eye on a drake's nest east of town at Deerford Crossing. The beast stayed just long enough to lay a clutch and move on. Thank the Sky Mother it wasn't a full-grown dragon. She looks at her bandaged arm and grimaces. Fresh eggs are much more useful than the ones that get passed between merchants or left in nests for weeks or more. And that clutch looked to be at its peak. Thought I'd see about getting an egg, but I didn't realize so many of them had already hatched, or that young worms were so territorial. What's so special about these eggs? They're one of the strongest tonics known to Kith. If you leave out Karu Golan, of course, not saying anyone should take that. But dragon eggs are known to make Kith bold, purposeful. Some even think they'll protect from Beowix. She shrugs. All I know is everyone's pining after potions made from dragon eggs. But the damn roads. Can't reach none of my suppliers, so I'm stuck with whatever I can scrounge up in the wood. Deer Cap, River Reed, and the like. I can get an egg for you. She keeps her gaze steady, but you see hope kindling in her eyes and twitching at the corners of her mouth. I sure hope you're not leading me on. I don't think I could stand getting burned again. She bites her lip. If you really mean to go after it, I'd certainly pay you. Just remember, big as they are, dragon eggs are fragile, and there's a lot more I can do with a whole one.
Well met, friend.
She adjusts one of her bandages. Anything else I could do for you? I've got some handy ointments if you're braving the roads anytime soon. What's wrong with the roads? A noise of disgust rattles from her throat. Brigands, looters, you name it. The gods may be hollowing out our babies, but it's grown folk is rubbing out the rest of us. People are scrambling to Defiance Bay because they hear there's healthy birds there, and all those refugees and abandoned homes attract desperate sorts like flies on dog shit. I'm looking for an Orlan named Nifri. I did see an Orlan lady headed into Dracogen just the other day. She points across the road at a large building. Don't know her name was, but she was acting real sneaky like. Show me your wares. I'm probably not buying any potions, but... She steps aside. Sure thing. The shelves of her cart contain jars, vials, and bundled paper packets. Yeah, I don't need any of that right now. Alright, get a dragon egg from Deerford Crossing. Feel like we'd better check out the inn first. Before we head into that tower. Oh wait, I didn't check out that other building. I was distracted by the pretty potions. And the lure of yet another quest. Hello? A ledger lies open on the desk. It lists purchase and sales amounts for various alchemical ingredients and concoctions. I like how I just walk into the house, walk over, and just immediately start staring at this person's ledger, and to the point where I'm actually understanding what's in it. While Willie Ferris stands there and does nothing about it. Let's see, you've got grain. Oh god. That is a very, very dangerous chest you have there, my good man. You should really be careful with that kind of stuff. Let's kickstart back or we're not going to talk to him. Right. Okay, wait. I see this person over here by the tree. Yeah, it's villagers. Alright, end time.
Ugh, smells like my old hunting leathers.
That's pleasant. Trigill's Curry. The Dracogen Inn. Yes, okay, I was over there. Let's go in. If you hear weird sounds in the background, my dog is snoring, as he does sometimes. Regulars will probably be used to it by now. When those lords have problems, they blame honest Kith. Typical. I could have sworn I heard the ogre just outside my window last night. Have Heron soldiers been harassing you too? People who can afford to are fleeing to the cities where the legacy hasn't hit so hard. Have you been in Defiance Bay? I heard there's no Hollowborn there. I think I'm getting to the point where these guys aren't going to say anything new. Used to be a castle here. We tore it down during the revolution.
I just want to find her. Surely even you can understand that.
We're decent folk, my lord. Perhaps you should leave and check the wilds.
That must be the guy looking for the noble woman. You're a Kickstarter. You're Sid. Hi, Sid. A redhead stands by the fire, tuning her lute and plucking his strings. She hums snatches of a melody as she goes. First time at the Dracogen? Normally, I'd have a song ready, but I haven't quite worked out this tune yet. Writing some chants about the founding of this inn. Say, you interested in the story? I haven't finished the chants, but I could tell you about it all the same. Sure, let's have it. Pelagina rolls her golden eyes and exhales for an excessively long time through her nose. Oh, calm down, Pelagina, it'll be fine. It was built in the time of Hadrit's rebellion, and Adirian lady Thenu once had a keep here. One of the towers stands still, but the rest is said to be buried under the village. Anyway, she stuck to the side of the Empire, and a contingent of Duke Hadrit's Knights of the Crucible helped the farmers and colonists in the area turn or keep the rubble. This inn was the first building that sprang up from the ruin, built with some of the same bricks the colonists had pulled from Lady Thenu's castle, they say. Supposedly, the quarterstaff of her chief wizard even got lost in the construction, mortared into a wall or nailed under a floorboard. Anyway, the inn was supposed to be a haven and a meeting place while the locals built their new town. What do you mean, supposed to be? Deerwoodens are an ordinary lot, and the more these new neighbors met, the more they argued. They realized they didn't agree on much besides ousting the old lord. The biggest divide was over the Glenfathans and their nearby ruins. Hadrit's knights and their supporters wanted to keep the peace, but a group of misfits with more anarchic leanings that had formed in town wanted to go after tribes the same way they'd gone after their lord. Soon the villagers were fighting with each other as much with the Adirans. In the end, memories of the Broken Stone War and the War of Black Trees were fresh enough that the Duke's soldiers won the day. Most of the other villagers came around eventually, but some of the core troublemakers left to join the front lines of the War of Defiance, and others, I've heard, found their way into the Gilded Compass, the most forward-looking of the Glenfathan tribes. I don't know if I believe that part myself, but it makes a good story. She points to the east wall. There's a portrait of one of the chief rabble-rousers and his rival in the peacekeeping faction. Someone's idea of a joke. I don't think they were particularly amused. I want to hear about the Broken Stone War. That was the first major conflict between the original Adiran settlers and the Glenfathans. Happened 3 years into colonialization, when some farmers knocked over an Aedra menhir that was part of an Ingwithan ruin. The war didn't last long, but it spread quickly and claimed thousands. In the early weeks, most of the colonists didn't even realize there was a war going on until the Glenfathan raiders hit their villages. There had been small, spontaneous skirmishes between the colonists and the locals before then, but this was organized, and it was the start of decades of violence between the colonists and the Glenfathans. Today's word of the day that I cannot pronounce, colonists. As you can see, Deerwood's full of history, even in little villages like this. Tell me about the War of Black Trees. It started back in the colonial days, almost 30 years after the Broken Stone War. Even though isolated conflicts still broke out between the settlers and the Glenfathans, both sides had officially agreed to peace. Edrang Hadrit, Admeth's father, was Gref at the time. As part of his peace negotiations, he'd signed treaties prohibiting Adiran colonists from looting Ingwithan ruins. However, he'd been unable to outlaw the use of captured Glenfathans as slaves. What's a Gref? A Gref is the governor of a colony and is subservient to the Adiran emperor. The early leaders of the Adiran colony in Adirwood, including Adrang and Admeth Hadrit, were Griefs. At the start of the War of Defiance, Admeth Hadrit declared himself Duke of an independent Deerwood rather than Gref of the Emperor's colony. It was the same term used for leaders of the newly independent Valian republics. Anyway, we haven't had a Gref since, I see. Indeed. Taking of Glenfathan slaves had continued to be a source of conflict. There's a conflict forming in my throat. It came to a head when Imperial agents, aided by certain Earls in the Deerwood, began looting the ruins again. See, the Empire had never actually agreed to Hadrit's treaties on the matter, and a recent succession of the Valian republics likely left them eager to weaken Hadrit's position. Looting sparked a brutal slave uprising and a guerrilla campaign among the Glenfathans. Edrang Hadrit was too old to lead forces into battle, and so he sent his son, Admeth. Admeth made a costly but effective decision that ended the war faster than anyone could have imagined. He burned the forest near the, icy Iron River to keep the Glenfathan war bands from retreating. Thousands of Glenfathans died, and as Admeth repeated his scorched earth tactics in the following months, he wore down the remainder of their forces. To this day, over 150 years later, there are still sections of the Deerwood where the trees are nothing but bare, charred trunks. Farewell. Okay, so you tell a lot of history, I guess, and I think that's it. Villager, villager. Let's see what Dangler has to say. The innkeeper digs inside a mug with a dirty rag. I don't think that's the best way of going about that. His eyes under his thick brows are tired but watchful. He gives you a quick nod as you approach the bar. Don't see many travelers these days. Something I could do for you. What was your exchange with that nobleman about? He looks up from polishing his tankard and glowers at the lord. Folks round here's decent. They mind their own business. You want to stick your nose in it, go talk to him yourself. I have questions about Deerford. He runs his rag around the rim of the mug. Ask. Have you seen an Orlin named Nifree? He jerks his head at the stairs. Twitchy lady, that one. Tell me about the village. Walk from one bridge to the next and you've seen it. We're quiet, hard-working folk. We keep to ourselves and don't take to being pushed around. He glares at the well-dressed man standing off to the side. Used to be a castle here, built by some family of Aediran thanes back when the Empire first came. Only one tower still standing, and that's part of Trygill's shop now. Sid, that bard by the fire, can spin you a yarn if you're so inclined. Who lives in Deerford? Not many anymore. Hard to keep people around when everyone here is birthing Hollowborn. But we got a few stick around and do business. Trygill's the leather courier. Hendina crafts potions, and Winfrith trades in general goods. Rumbold's a pig farmer, or was anyway. Tell me about Trygill. He's a courier, treats leather and makes armor and a few other goods with it. Problem is, the smell of tallow and deer shit tends to put people off their food, and his shop's right next door. What's Hendina's story? Lady's a clever hand with potions and poultices. Got herself into trouble with a nest of worms, or so I hear. Her cart's on the east end of town. And Winfrith? Been around even longer than I have. Nice enough fellow, but never could find his way to the end of a sentence. His shop's across the square. Something happened to Rumbold's pigs, I take it. Damn ogre carried him off. Now he squeals more than his herd ever did. He shrugs. It is rotten luck. Let's go back to my previous questions about Deerford. You said you don't see many travelers. Of course not. Why would they come here? We got bandits on the road and an ogre in the forest, as that yapping fool Rumbold tell you. Worse yet, hasn't been a healthy child born here in over a year. Most kid that come in here is just passing through. I'm gonna get a drink. I've been doing a lot of reading. About the ogre. You don't hardly see him as close to town. Ogres and kith don't mix well. Ugly bastards, but they're smart enough to know that much. You want to know more, talk to Rumbold. His farm's southwest of here. Never mind that. I want to talk about something else. Oh, wait a minute. That's not what I wanted to do. Wait, actually, yeah, that is what I wanted to do. My bad. See what rooms you have. Make sure you close your window if you're on the side facing Trygill's shop. Okay. Pelagina, I'm going to take you out temporarily and put Grieving Mother in. Just to see if she's kind of another Durance thing and I need to talk to her a lot. And I might as well do it now. Completely wear my voice out before I quit for today. Let's see. Drake's Den. +1 might, +2 constitution, +10 damage against beast. +2 might, +2 constitution, +2 intellect. So she's kind of like Durance in that regard, Tenwin. Alright. We'll keep her around then for a little bit. I'll kind of leave that one slot as like a rotating slot, I think. Because myself, Adir, Durance, Saloth, and Sagani are pretty good together. And then I can just use that one slot to mix in the other characters when needed. Let's go for Drake's Den. Take a wee rest here. Forum construction completed. Okay, that's done. Supplicant. Leaving in 3 days, 22 hours if ignored. -3 prestige, 0 security for 3 days. Minor reputation with guild avail. Negative payoff. Here you can... Lilith, you can handle that. Shackler, I still got a lot of days for that. Let's build... Probably just start building whatever I want at this point pretty soon. We'll build the woodland trails because that gives me 2 security. And then after that, I think I'm just going to go down and start building what's left. Alright, before we talk to Grieving Mother, though, we're going to finish up this inn. I need to actually look at her, too. I've never used a cipher before. I haven't the foggiest idea how they work. What are you doing in the kitchen? Dangler will get you sorted out with food and drink. I need to actually have a talk with Herodias, too, probably at some point. This portrait depicts a man and a woman dressed in a deer garb that would have been in style a century ago. The heavy frame has been battered, and the plate that once bore the patron's name has been scratched out. They share a passionate embrace which seems at odds with the disgust on their faces. This table has been scarred and stained from decades of use. Alright, Mr. Lord. You're a Kickstarter, I don't gotta worry about you. The guard keeps his eyes on the door. If you have information about Lady Aeliz, you should speak with Lord Lord Herond. The man wears a deer-style robe, simple but elegant. His fine leather shoes look like they were made for paddling around indoors, yet they're caked with mud. He yanks at a lock of hair twined around his silk-gloved finger. His fine features are etched with anxiety.
My child is out there. Do they not understand?
My lord, we're doing everything we can. Unfortunately, these villagers...
Beasts take them all. I don't care how you do it, but find her.
I'm gonna take a giant leaping guess here. And I might be wrong, and I apologize if I am. But I'm going to take a wild guess that your child is missing, I take it.
Yes, Lady Alice, my daughter.
He tugs at the fingertips of his gloves.
I've asked around, but nobody in this mud hole has any concerns beyond their swine. We turn my men away like beggars and seem downright pleased to be of no use. But you're not one of my soldiers. And you look like you're used to getting your hands dirty, if you don't mind my saying so.
Yeah, I've killed a few nobles in my life. I could tell you about that. His guard leans in. My lord, Haran raises a hand to silence the man. If you find her, he nibbles the thumb of one silk glove. Tell her I won't be upset with her. She can come back and all will be well. I just want to make sure my Aeliz, my child, is safe. Nothing in the world is more important to me. I'd like to ask a few questions about your daughter.
Elise. Of course.
I was actually pronouncing that right, I think. Describe Lady Elise. She's a striking young woman, bears more resemblance to her mother than to me. She has auburn hair and delicate, well-bred features. She must be, 28 or 29 now. This is your daughter? You don't know how old she is? Tell me about her disappearance. We stopped in Deerford for a few days. On our 4th evening here, I was making plans to continue our journey. Lady Aeliz was feeling unwell and went to bed. When I retired a couple hours later, I found that she had vanished. None of my men had seen her go, and no one at the inn knew where she was. Since then, my people have been combing the village, but we've yet to find a clue, and the locals have been no help. Why did you and Aeliz come to Deerford? It was merely a stop along the way to Ina's Rest. However, she took ill shortly before our arrival, so it seemed prudent to allow her a few days to recover. What's in Ina's Rest? He frowns as if about to protest, but he gives in with a sigh. Lady Aeliz has reached an age where it is prudent for her to marry. Given this legacy business, I can't let her fertile years slip by, nor do I want her womb to fester in the presence of so many Hollowborn. There are better roads along the coast. Wouldn't it have been easier to follow them to Ina's Rest? If I thought that, I wouldn't be slogging through the forest, would I? He waves a hand. The main roads are clogged with people fleeing one way or another to try to escape Wydwin's legacy. It would be difficult for a caravan like mine to pass through without incident. At the time, it seemed prudent to move quietly along the back roads. Where's the rest of your family? Surely they wouldn't want to miss your daughter's betrothal. Lady Harond is ill-suited for travel, I'm afraid, and unfortunately Alis has few other close relatives. My sister and her husband, Alis's aunt and uncle, of course, have been visiting Adir these past few months. He rubs his knuckles, and as for siblings, Alis has none. My wife has only given birth to Hollowborn, since Alis that is. Excuse me. I see, but going back to your daughter, what about her? Let's go back to my previous questions. Something more? Go on, then. I heard you arguing with the innkeeper.
A petty, small-minded man, just like the rest of them around here. I've been paying him an honest fee for board and bed, and yet he can't be bothered to stir himself to concern for my Alice.
Actually, he seemed angry at you.
People from these backwater villages take offense for sport. You have to but show up with a full coin purse, and they'll hear insult in the jingle of your step. They forget that Duke Hadret came from the privileged classes, as did all of the other earls and lords who financed the rebellion they're so proud of.
This is why I'm hoping you can help. He tugs at a lock of hair again. I should have never trusted these people around my daughter. Tell me about yourself.
I'm Lord Nestor Harond of Defiance Bay. My family has been prominent there since Imperial times. Our primary estate is on the outskirts of Brackenbury, but we have holdings in New Haomar as well. Those went to my sister and her husband.
Goodbye. Alright, so we gotta do a little bit more searching about her. The Scalder head looks as old as the inn. His leathery skin is cracked and bleached from years of exposure. This painting depicts a forested ravine somewhere in the Living Lands. This painting portrays the expansive foothills below the mountains of White March, which we'll be going to very soon. Kickstarters. The glass of this window is broken. Warped, knotted planks have been nailed over it.
I've got this. It's done.
Take that. Take that.
Let's see this stubborn bastard. It's done.
She is so passionate about unlocking chests.
Yeah.
Oh boy. The Orlin hovers by the window, peering out of it every few seconds. As you enter the room, she watches you carefully, her hand hovering over her stiletto. She cranes her head to peer behind you. Anyone follow you? Who sent you? Someone told me you were responsible for heinous killings in Defiance Bay. I think they were full of it, but I'd like to get your opinion. Let me guess, was there someone named Medrith? She draws her stiletto. You're a big shot with the Crucible Knights. If I'd gone on some kind of rampage, don't you think you'd heard about it? Yeah, that was my logic. She shakes her head. I got on the wrong side of his employers and now he's after me. But if you're here to do his dirty work, I won't make it easy on you. Relax, I just want to hear your side of the story. What story? The Dominoes came after me. I just happened to rob the wrong place. How was I supposed to know they'd already chimed in? I've done this before. Robbed the wrong place. So I can understand. She runs her hands under her hood and through her hair. Not in like off stream or anything like that, but in game. This game is what I mean. I've never stolen from a house or anything like that. It's for clarification. Moving on. It was an honest mistake. I'm just trying to survive now. If you spoke with Medrith, you know where he's waiting. Please help me get out of here. Go east. Medrith's waiting for you just west of the river. She nods slowly. Alright, I'm trusting you. Don't have much choice. See if you can send him the other way. That should buy me some time. She follows the hooded figures towards the stairs, giving you a final uncertain glance as she passes through the door. I'll help her out, if only because that other person put their hand on my shoulder and I thought that was creepy. Take this. And this. Talk to everybody in here. Let's go wrap up this thing with Nifree. Ooh, it's nighttime. Gonna position myself just in case something goes south here.
Hey.
Yeah.
Actually, you stay there.
Hey.
Good day, stranger.
He picks at a long blade of grass. Found Nifree yet? I'm ready to get out of here. I'm not your lapdog, buddy. She snuck out the back of the inn and went north. He squints at you, pulling the grass into two flimsy threads. Did she now? And how would you have known that? You know, that's a good point. I was just hoping you'd believe me. Medrith draws his blade. Don't worry, I'll catch up to her right after I take care of you. Alright, we got a bunch of cowled people, a boar, a tiny boar. Taxes collected. Lost 414 CP to bandits. That's unacceptable. Alright. A deer. Go after them. Liquid, you might as well run into the fray here, but that guy's probably going right after you, so that can't happen. You might as well go after him then. You guys back up so I have a little bit of room. Hey. Grieving Mother, I have no idea how you work, so give me a second here. Okay, so you have spells then. And you have second wind. Focus. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, her focus must have something to do with her spell slots because she doesn't have a count next to him like Duras and Aloth do. So let's see what you can do here in this situation, because you're equipped with a dagger and that won't be happening. You're going to equip your fine crossbow. Alright. Eye Strike. Blinds, targets, faux AoE, okay. Wait a minute. Mind Wave. Target, raw damage, faux AoE, prone. I wonder if all of her abilities do that. Faux target, charmed for 13.5 seconds. That could be useful, maybe. Mind Blades. Faux target. Faux jump to target. That's nice. Phantom Foes. Faux AoE. Minus 10 enemies needed to flank for 27 seconds. Recall Agony. Faux target. 30% of all damage reapplied over 6... Wait a minute, 30% of all damage reapplied over 16.2 seconds. That sounds like that's really good, actually. Hobbled for 16.2, weakened. Puppet Master, dominated for 21.6 seconds. Soul Ignition, 128.3 burn damage over 13.5 seconds on a target. She seems really good. Requires... Okay, so I'm guessing she builds up focus as the fight goes on, and as more focus she has, the more she can do this other stuff. Pain block. Allied target plus 10 damage reduction for... She has some really nice abilities. Target foe AoE. Ringleader. Foe target. Dominated for 13.5 seconds. Foe charmed. Ooh. 20 accuracy when attacking the same enemy as the target for 33 point... Okay. I kind of want to try Soul Ignition out. It's got a wide range, too. Hit this Medrith guy. He looks like somebody that probably deserves to have his soul ignited. Itamok, go after the boar, because that seems like something that should happen. Sagani, attack the boar. Durance, you might as well use your free Armor of Faith. And Aloth, just hang back for a moment. Oh, these guys are going down quick.
Right.
Oh, hey, you're still alive. I didn't even see you there. That was fairly simple. Fine. Fine. A bunch of junk, okay. I'll take all your money, including 1,000 CPs. Alright, now I'm guessing if this woman's still in the village, she's over on the west end. Or east end, rather. Or she's up by the bridge, or she's down here. She's probably up by the bridge, I would imagine. Nothing new to report. Actually need to check over here anyway. I haven't been over here yet. Nothing here but an exit. Okay. Oh, I actually might have finished that quest with Nifree. Yeah, looks like that's done then. Okay, cool. Then let's find a nice little place to sit for a second. We're gonna talk to Grieving Mother, and then I might be stopping for the day after that. I gave it an extra hour today. But we might as well
Your mind comes bearing questions, Watcher.
get some of this out of the way. Your mind comes bearing questions, Watcher. You just said that. I don't know why I felt the need to repeat it. I had questions for you. Let your mind speak for you. I shall listen past the words. You addressed me as a Watcher when we met. Do you know what a Watcher is? There's a slow chill, and for a moment it seems as though she is going to fade from your vision, as if she can't bear to be seen.
The title came unbidden. I do not know why I spoke of it. Yet it seemed the right mantle, a familiar one.
Yet I do not know where it came from where it came. If I have given offense, oddly enough, it feels like she's not speaking to you. It feels like she's speaking to an audience. The air takes on a curious edge, a chill which persists for a sharp moment, then fades into a dull fear. If I have given offense, forgive me. Forgive me. You would know more than I. Have you encountered Watchers before? I do not know. It is an old feeling. I do not know where it stems from. It was a word that arose when you saw me. It is said Watchers see much that others do not, and I have been hidden from the eyes of others for some time. Let me ask you about something else. Wait a minute. Is there more to this? There's other things to ask her. Why are you afraid? I do not know. It is an old feeling. I do not know where it stems from. It was a word that arose when you saw me. It is said Watchers see much that others do not, and I have been hidden from the eyes of others for some time. Let me ask you about something else. How is it no one can see you?
Their eyes see, their minds will not remember past the call.
A call?
My face is like the call of a newborn, hiding the face beneath. And for my body, I am able to wrap myself as a mother cradling her child. I am here, as you see me, but to them, their eyes see only the cloak that I wear. A peasant mother, dirty, shabby, not worth knowing. As a watcher, you see more than others. To the eyes of most, I am as unseen as the spirits you share memories with.
How are you able to affect minds? I divert the flow of their senses down a different path, to a place easily forgotten. It is not unwelcome when one does not desire the presence of others. The surface of their minds register a figure, but the memory slips away. They see a woman, but there is no desire for conversation, no desire for any questions, and I have none to ask. I want to discuss something different. When we first met, how was I able to enter your dream?
I do not know. What do you speak of? If you were in my thoughts, I could not feel your presence, nor do I know what you saw there.
Ooh, I have a special barbarian thing here. As she speaks, you suddenly feel an odd sensation in your mind, like the blood of the hunt welling up in you. You suddenly realize that whether she permits it or not, you could enter her dream and observe it without her ever knowing. There is something about her mind, like a weapons rack, where you could reach in and draw forth a blade if you wish and keep it as your own. And suddenly you find yourself back in your present thoughts. Though you were away for but a moment, she seems unaware of your diversion of thought. It may be one of your gifts, an ability to walk in memories as easily as someone walks upon the ground. Perhaps you'd like to hear of what I saw in your memories. A mixture of curiosity and fear wells up between you. She raises her left hand, the chiming at her wrist quelling the rise within her. She is frightened, but curiosity anchors her.
And what did you see in my memories? I would hear you speak of them.
The dream, the memory I saw upon meeting you, it was you helping give birth to a child. There is silence, and as your breath falls still, you hear the faint cry of a child in the distance, a newborn child, almost exactly like you heard in a dream. As you listen, the grieving mother raises both her hands as if weaving, her wrist chiming as she does so, in a semblance of the gentle turning she provided while the newborn was crowning. To your surprise, you recognize the motions and the words from the memory, even as they are new to you. As she weaves her hands through the air in front of her, the child's cries grow still, yet the sound of the chimes weaves almost hypnotically into your thoughts. The sky seems sharp and clear, and you feel as if you are towering over your surroundings, as if kneeling atop a great pillar, just as she did in the memory. To your surprise, the grieving mother falls as if her strings were cut, and her knees crack hard against the ground. Her hands never cease moving in the air, the chimes echoing her movements. In a ragged voice, you hear her speak. The voice is that of a much older woman than the one before you, harsher, almost desperate.
Tell me what you saw. Show me what you saw. Where were you?
Hell, I actually don't remember. There was something about something being high up, wasn't there? A mountain ledge, I think it was high up. Snow, I think. She leans back as if looking back at the sky, but her eyes were closed, the film building on them. With a slow and take a breath, you feel time become quiet around you. I do not feel the memory. I do not know if it is mine, but her hair falls across her features again like a veil, and she nods, not with her chin, but a push in her mind. But thank you for trying. I want to talk about the birth memory again, help you recall it. Same thing we just read.
Tell me what you saw. Show me what you saw. Where were you?
We were in the middle of a clear forest with a strong wind tearing through it. Okay, I guess I was wrong about that one.
Tell me what you saw.
A huge forest?
The stone of the
There we go.
plateau. Its color. Tell me its color.
It was Silver Adra, its surface warmed by the sun. As you watch her hands rise before her, she clasps them, then cups them as if feeling them for the first time, and she stares down into the cradle of her hands, and the chimes sound once, twice as they swing with the movement.
And what did these hands hold?
Oh man, you're quizzing me on this now. The same chimes you hold now. She leans back. Oh crap. Alright, I'm gonna get this.
Tell me what you saw.
Alright, middle of clear forest. Wait, what? That's not right. What?
Tell me what you saw. Show me what you saw. Where were you? Tell me what you saw. Tell me what you saw.
Tell me what you saw.
Stone of the plateau. Its color. Tell me its color.
Okay, hold up. I feel like this is a
Tell me
puzzle
what you
here.
saw. Show me what you saw. Where?
This is a puzzle or something.
Tell me what you saw.
It's a different answer each time.
Tell me what you saw.
Lady, you are very
Stone
confusing.
of the plateau. Its color. Tell me its color.
It was plateau granite?
Tell me what you saw. Tell me what you... Tell me what you... The stone of the
Okay.
plateau. Its color. Tell me its color.
Pressure. Silver Adra.
And what did these hands hold?
Oh boy. They held a mother while she gave birth painfully. Oh god. Alright, one more time.
Tell me what you saw. The stone of the plateau. Its color. Tell me its...
I have other questions to ask you. I'll figure that out later when I've not been streaming for almost 5 hours. I want to know more about you.
And I you. In asking, we reveal ourselves to each other.
Why are you called the Grieving Mother? The air seems to go still for a moment, and time stretches as it did before when the two of you first met. There is a wash of uncertainty from her mind, slowly shaping into questions that swirl and do not coalesce. She does not move. She seems paralyzed, as if you have just wrapped her in a cold blanket.
That is a question for you, not I. That is not my name, although if you wish to hang the title on me, I cannot stop you. Is that what you see when your eyes fall upon me?
So I named you? As a watcher, you may see what I do not, or your mind shapes the thoughts I project into a new meaning. There is truth in that title, but it is not all I am. So what do you grieve then? You must have felt it, seen it. It has as many names as the pain it has caused. As the words take shape, they seem to tumble from her, and a wave is great, rushing into your mind. To your surprise, you feel as if you've been touched by the Beowick again. And behind it, cutting through the torrent like a knife, are the thoughts of the grieving mother. There is a wound cut across the belly of the world, a jagged knife that has stripped the stems from men and carved furrows across the wombs of women. There is much I have forgotten, but I can feel the wound all around me. It will not let me rest, not let me be. The children have gone silent, yet their voices may be heard again. Are you speaking of the Hollowborn? The word. There is a slowness of thoughts, as if the word is being weighed, accepted. It doesn't feel natural to her, you can sense it. Was once unknown to me, as was much of what unfolded in the outside world. When the curse came upon us, I thought it a smaller thing, a thing of communities and hearts. Her thoughts seemed to stumble as if on weak legs. It was only when I walked did I feel it stretching out around me in all the cracks of the world. Children have been cursed. I do not think it was something they caused, nor something deserved. That which is inside them has been torn away. I do not know how, but this wound must be stitched closed. The world bleeds forth from between a woman's legs. If this blood is not stemmed, the world will die and grow quiet. Do you know its cause? There is a desperation, a willing fear. You can almost feel her thoughts shivering, and you realize she is as lost as you are on the matter, and in a sudden sharp clarity, I shall know it through you. Your eyes will track the cause, find a path, and I will be beside you. There is no wound that cannot be healed, and if you are truly a watcher, then this wound may be seen for what it is. You saw me where I hid. Whoever's hands have stilled the world, you shall see them too. And if there is no way to heal it, what then? I will be there, and you will do what must be done. You were given your sight so that you may watch the world, and you will tend it. The children shall have their voice again. If your will is weak, then I shall strengthen it. Lean upon me. You feel a weight in her words as if her hands are on your shoulders. You feel the questions in your mind lose their edge and become merely words as I lean upon you. You shall be my eyes, as I shall be your hands when the time comes. What do you think of Deerwood and the Empire? Those titles are markings on a map and channel people's minds in violent directions. Such things are a threadbare blanket cast over the world where men and women seek more importance than simply being. How do you see the world then? The world is a field of souls tilled by Barris wheel. The thought of cultures and territories do not concern me. The sowing and harvest of the field does. Barris wheel is slowed, perhaps stopped altogether. Whatever words, titles, laws, and blades not devoted to carving away the harm or healing that wound holds little importance for me. Something else I'd know about you. I welcome your questions. It is a strange sensation after so long. Where are you from? There's a slow chill, and for a moment it seems as if she is going to fade from your vision. Then there is the sound of the chimes bound on her wrists as she reaches out to the air in front of you, as if grasping it, then pushing it aside. I have traveled far, so far that even the memory of such a place is distant. Past the words, the chime echoes in your head, and it seems to echo again, as if falling down a long stone crevice and never reaching the bottom. The chill persists for a heartbeat longer, then fades. The memory is lost, but I do not feel as if the memory I hold is the same as home.
And I you. In asking, we reveal ourselves to each other.
Let's continue our journey for now. Dream and memory. If I can help her recall the details, so I gotta figure out the way around that whole dialogue tree I had going on with her. But that is going to be a job for tomorrow.